Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme.
Stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
If
tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a lovely, lovely Friday morning here in Lagos, and I dare say, thank God it's Friday. Well, we have enough pack to keep you going this morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Absolutely, yes. She said, thank God it's Friday. Thank God it is a superb Friday. Just to add to that,
you know, you actually love the scriptures a lot.
What can we say?
How are you excited?
Very well. I mean, why I'm excited, I mean, we're alive. It's another day to use the blank check and use it very well. Some people, they don't see this opportunity. But every day you draw breath, it's a day to help others. So it's an opportunity. You know, regardless the challenges, the ups and downs, I mean, these things will come, which is why it's called life. So every time you find yourself that you can experience this wonderful earth. Now, we don't know what lies outside here, really. But what we know is every morning and every day is a unique day to make something great. So why not?
Yes, in that note, and on that note, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Not really exciting news. Firstly, power outages persist as 58% of hydro projects stay frozen. That one is our first headline this morning. Again, Nigeria emerges as hub of foreign high schools in Africa. And in Kwara State, killings linked to Islamist extremism, not banditry, kidnapping. And this is according to Governor Abdul Razak. And in the world of the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, it says Bitcoin drops below $70,000 as sell-off continues. Those are some of our headlines this morning. I think we'll start off with the first one real quick. 58% of hydro projects staying frozen. That's above half.
It is.
Of hydro projects, you know. And that means for us, it means that we don't have power supply as we should have it. But that says a lot. That definitely tells us why we've been experiencing this constant, you know, failure, power failure, insufficiency, energy poverty. We keep talking about energy poverty in Nigeria, but I think when we're talking about the multidimensional poverty that we are experiencing, energy poverty should definitely be up the cadre, because oftentimes we think about the poverty, the other one, you know, especially food. Right. Well, energy poverty is certainly up there. I think it should be up there on the ladder because everyone is feeling it, you know, and even the people that are not feeling it because they had to create a sort of a, what's the word? A buffer, you know, with solar and the likes, you know. And even the band A is not band A, if I tell you, like, it's crazy. It's actually not band A. The cost is ridiculous, but at the same time, you're not even getting the power supply as you expect.
Honestly, to pour more light there, those at home will agree, because they have no other choice but to agree with this, which is the day we fix this power sector and fix it well, the better for us. When we hear, you know, news like this and we hear, you know, the emergence of different kind of, well, alternative power supply, most definitely, which is, you know, solar, it makes you begin to ask yourself a big question. Should we even totally even depend in any way on our national grid, or do we just say forget about it totally? Again, it's expensive. To say you want to go generate your own power, it doesn't come cheap. But some banks out there to help you, okay, have some money and pay gradually. But how many people are open to this kind of conversation? How many individuals out there know about this kind of packages? So when we hear this kind of headline, have you noticed we're not even, we don't shake, it has now become a normal thing.
It's become normalized.
For it to be a normalcy means there is something that's really, really wrong. There's some countries where the light goes off and everybody panic. Look, there's almost a state of emergency, because then a lot of lives are depending on power supply, the health sector. Some people might just be on life support, and so they need constant power. But the reverse is the case. I'm not saying that we should throw the bathwater and the baby away, in other words, but for as the case may be, you know, one thing for sure is that we can decide to now say, let us just hope that it gets better. However, I'm not saying the reasons we have are not okay, but they can get better. I'm throwing a very subtle shade at them now. You can laugh as much as you want.
I think...
Right. But more importantly, this poverty is an issue, right? But those at home, I'm sure they're wondering why are we laughing.
I think for me,
but it's interesting.
I think one of the things that is actually even making me, I think, when you talked about, throwing away the baby with the bathwater. But yeah, let's move to our next headline this morning. Nigeria emerges as hub of foreign high schools in Africa. I was saying just before we came on air, is this even a good thing or a bad thing? It's a good, this means that students get to have opportunities to, should I say, get world-class education right here in Nigeria. But this also points to a bigger pandemic, because it shows the line, the wide margin between the haves and the have-nots. That's the people that have enough to afford to attend a foreign high school, in Nigeria, and people that are even managing to attend schools where they are even hoping that the government can give free education or subsidize. Because how many people can even attend these foreign high schools? But then again, I would also say that we should have our own schools. Government schools should be good enough. In the UK, you're going to the schools by the government and you are happy. So government schools should be good enough. It shouldn't be a case where everything has to be the private sector for it to be good in Nigeria. And how many people can even afford these private schools? Emerging as a hub of foreign high schools in Africa. Well, I don't know how I feel about it really.
Honestly, look, I would say this: people should understand. Well, if they don't, well, good enough. Maybe you have the money, so you probably will, stand to, on the other side of the fence. But this is what it is. Presented the way it was presented. You see, education system, all right? Our educational, the breakdown of our primary, secondary, university, education as a whole. I keep saying that anyone who wants to hear, maybe will want to hear. The world is moving very fast. And even in the UK, even in the US, education without basic knowledge when it comes to other areas that you might not learn in university, you might just have your certificate hanging on the wall and nothing's happening. Right? Not to say that we shouldn't look into the nitty-gritties of what's going on with our educational system and make it better. Not to say that, right, we should lower our standards. However, while we push hard to make sure our educational system makes sense, most people cannot afford it. So they want to take their children and their family or whatever, they have the money, right, to say, look, let's just sell something and then, choose a school here and then send our children to. But you're worried about standard of education. But another question is, when even they manage to come out of that school, do they have the skills to catch up and meet up with the recent, trends of kind of jobs going on right now? You go to apply for a job and they tell you, they're open. Do you have 5 years experience? How would you have 5 years experience if you don't give me the chance? Even if you have the experience, tell you, what about your skill? Because look, employers now know that skill is important. So which begs the question, what is our educational system doing right now to make sure skill acquisition is on the rise, is part of education? I understand blackboard and chalk writing. I get it. I understand assignment. I understand examination. Although it has been proven that examination is not the true test of knowledge. So if we're talking about standardization when it comes to education, can we also look at those areas? AI is there right now. And as much as we like it, whether or not we want to believe it or not, you might agree, you might disagree, whichever it is. But AI now, with time, will begin to take the jobs of teachers. So what's going to happen? Are we going to have our teachers being taught and trained? Will we have the trainers being trained? So educational system boils down to one thing. Having those who are going to be the ones you look up to and say, oh, my teacher said that. Your teacher, is your teacher actually qualified? These are the things. And it just it's not within the ambience of Nigeria or within the comfort of Nigeria alone. It's also like that abroad. Why do you think some people abroad who are actually qualified teachers don't even have proper jobs because people who are more qualified than them are there. So some of them come into our country as expatriates to come and get low-hanging fruit jobs. We see them every now and then. In Ikoyi, Lekki, you hear
It's how you use the word low-hanging fruit jobs. What does that even mean?
It means, okay, I'm a qualified teacher abroad, but no one will employ me because we have more qualified people. So I will apply to so-called, even though it's a bad term to use, third world countries. Because if I come there, they will see me as a foreigner and pay me in dollars. And so they are paying that teacher in dollars. What is the curriculum the person is teaching? The so-called subject, mathematics and English. How, by the time that child graduates or leaves secondary school, can that child apply those things to his everyday dealings? I'm not saying education is a scam. No, it's not a scam. If I was educated, I wouldn't be here. If I didn't have a master's, I probably wouldn't get to this level. I'm looking at doing my PhD. All this has to do with money. But why am I doing all that? I'm just speaking myself now. It's because I know that it will help to create far more, what we call employability. And people take it seriously. It depends on what it is that you want to do. But let's assume I didn't have the skill of presentation.
Yeah.
If I didn't have the skill of communication or maybe being a public speaker, I probably wouldn't land the job.
Yeah.
You just have a certificate hanging on the wall. Same with you too, right, Elizabeth? So it is our skill that is putting us out there. That alone is a different kind of of education. So the big question now is, with all the things going on with our educational system, are we pinpointing the children and then the scholars plus the students who have great skill and invest in them? That is the question.
We'll leave that question at that. Our next headline this morning talks about the Kwara killings, and this one is from the Governor Abdul Razak. He says the killings are linked to Islamist extremism. It's not linked to banditry, it's not linked to kidnapping, but linked to Islamist extremism.
Are we trying to make excuse for these people? So look, so the nation has made it very clear. Federal government has made it very clear. If you organize yourself to go terrorize somebody or kidnap anyone or create some form of sect that will cause confusion and throw the country in jeopardy and whatever it is, and you arm yourself, you are a terrorist. Let's call a spade the way it is. So trying to now say they are not what's the word again?
It says that it's linked to Islamist extremism. It's not banditry, it's not kidnapping.
The truth of the matter is that as much as nobody wants, some might not want to agree with it, let's call a spade a spade. Religion has its ups and downs. And we see this thing, whether or not you're a Christian, Muslim, you're a Hindu, whatever religion you find yourself, we see this thing as a catalyst. The kind of doctrine that you might give someone who already is brainwashed, right, could either spell doom or boom. In this case, most of the time it's spelling doom. Why? You have somebody who is hungry. You have someone who, is not educated. And the only education that he has is someone lying to him that, look, you're going to get 5 or 10 or 15 virgins if you kill somebody. What makes you think that you will not tie it to extremism? What makes you think that that person is not a bandit? What makes you a bandit, really? I mean, you make a decision to say, I want to terrorize people, kidnap, steal property, disrupt lives and livelihood. You are a bandit one way or the other. So I think they're all working hand in hand. It is still the same thing. They're all terrorists and should be dealt decisively with. And I think we should give federal government kudos, truly speaking. I don't think anyone should come and start giving one example or trying to sugarcoat it. It is what it is. These people are criminals. Can we deal with them decisively? Although, do I agree with boots on ground, having the US boots on ground? That's another question for a different day.
I always like when you come in this your military dimension. I hope that someday, somehow, you just get into this, get in that space and then just do your thing, because we'll definitely see a lot of change.
There we go. I mean, but let's be honest. I mean, Christopher Musa is doing a better job. So, what should we worry about?
Who says you can't take over from him?
Our next story.
Now, Bitcoin drops below $70,000 as sell-off continues. That one is also a headline this morning. So we're seeing lots of sell-off now, and that has taken Bitcoin to below $70,000 as at this morning. Good news, not so good news for people who trade. Yeah, that one is, I mean, they always say if you're trading cryptocurrencies, you must definitely have a very large risk appetite and also be open to the volatility with that market.
And ready to manage your blood pressure.
So it's about that.
For those, most definitely, for those who are in the Bitcoin business and the gains and yes, they have their fears, but when you see that there's a $70,000 sell off, something like that, if you are in that kind of business and you don't shake, which means you've seen a lot and you've gone through hurdles. Like they always say, the economists will say that it is only when there is a need for something that you have scarcity for it. So far, I don't think most Nigerians, I'll use the word most, just the way they follow through other commerce, Bitcoin, savvy like that. But on a global scale, I think those people who deal with that kind of business might end up employing every other regular downstream person without them even know, because they're the ones that have this money to throw around. But I think you really have to be very educated and someone who has high-tech level to understand how this thing affects the economy. However, I'm not into Bitcoin, so let's just stick where we are.
Yeah. We'll take a quick break right now and be back to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Do stay with us.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper: how leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to
You're still watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review segment. Of course, my name is still Elizabeth Musa, and I've got my gentlemen in the studio today. Gentlemen,
your sidekicks.
Yeah, so we have
Good morning.
Mohammed Akonji. I think our in-house analyst. He was trying to. The golden handshake that I don't get
so that we won't
to partake in. That I don't get to partake in.
So sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
What do you call bro codes?
I don't care.
I
don't care to
It's a typical bro code now. Maybe we'll tell you about it.
Do your handshake.
You see? When they say there's beef, there is beef.
What type of beef is it?
Okay, good morning. Beef against balls. Beef against balls. Good
All
morning,
right.
Elizabeth.
Good morning.
Hope you had a good night.
It was cool. I hope you're good.
Oh, very well. I mean, can you guys see the sun yesterday? Well, the sun today was about 40 degrees Celsius.
I didn't look. I didn't.
Oh my God!
It, but it was terrible.
Oh my God, terrible. I would say terrible. It was because I was actually in it. I had a conference I went to, and I was coming back. I got stuck on the way. Couldn't get you back on time, and I was in that sun. That's why I felt the impact. I mean, very severe.
So the sun was too hot, yes, but for the farmer, it's a blessing.
Of course. I mean, for some of us, I used to that as well.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Because they also need rain.
Rain as well.
I mean,
it's a balance.
we need a balance of both.
It's a mix of both.
We need a balance of both.
But it was actually quite very severe yesterday, and I'm sure I want to believe. Yesterday is actually the hottest day on Earth so far in 2026.
On Earth?
Yes, yesterday.
So far?
That was actually reported. Yesterday was the hottest. It was across board. Very hot. So for Lagos to be able to witness 39 point something degrees, almost 40 degrees. Last time we witnessed that was...
On an average, what's...
So on an average, we talk about 36.
Okay.
If it is the worst come to worst, we'll be talking about 37. Yesterday was almost like about 40 degrees Celsius. So that shows the intensity. The kind of sun that we had yesterday. I mean, the second thing was the first lady. I'm sure I don't know. I was able to watch about that in time. I'm sorry. The first lady was with Trump yesterday, and Trump made a very, very good remark.
Very respectful.
She's a good woman, and then that.
I find it difficult to accept anything Trump says. Okay. It's as if he would say, "Oh yeah, you want to."
You find it difficult.
Behind the scene,
but behind the scene,
or even behind the scene, even in public, they're behind the person's back.
I respect.
But okay, he said good thing about the first lady yesterday, which is quite unbelievable. Maybe that sometimes you hear Trump, being, I don't know if you can call it patronizing, but those are actually lofty remarks, glowing remarks about.
It could be very condescending.
At the same time, God goes behind it as well, the tone, because in the midst of that, he was able to weave. Oh, on Christmas Eve, I told Pete, that's Pete Exet, who is the Secretary of War, I go and bomb them in Nigeria, and then he was trying to mention that I saw Pitex, that was the attack that happened in Gaza, in Tangaza local government in Sokoto State. That, I told Pete that you go and bomb them in Nigeria, but we have the first lady of Nigeria. She's a good woman. She's a pastor of the biggest church. So is that true? He's within the biggest church in Nigeria.
Well,
I don't know where
I think to a large extent, because Redeemed RCCG is the church that also has the most parishes scattered around. So if
that
you
would explain it.
If you probably in this where we are, Ikoyi, you probably go somewhere close and you've seen a parish, because that was the mandate of the general overseer to see that's part of their it says that he wants a part of the vision, mission, and then mandate was to plant a church in every how many kilometer? There's a kilometer. It says. So that's why you see.
So that's why Trump said that.
Can we also see them plant industries beside them?
That's what the industries. You take that as your own mandate. That's the mandate. But let's see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Starting off, of course, with the Business Day paper. The big story on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning says, telecom giants chase data as subscriber growth plateaus. That's on the front page of Business Day this morning. On the left-hand side, what we're just talking about, it says, very respected woman, Trump praises Remi Tinubu. And this is an investigative piece mapping 25 years of the Nigerian Army's extrajudicial killings without justice. And the one we are talking about on the headlines on page 31 says, power outage persists as 58% of hydro projects stay frozen.
Okay.
These are some of our headlines this morning. Let's start off with talking about telecom giants chasing data as subscriber growth plateaus.
Hey, yeah, I mean, so now it's actually observed now the three major giants in the space: MTN, Airtel, and Glo. You know, Etisalat is still stumbling here and they're still stuttering. The total subscriber base now in Nigeria, don't forget, the total number of Nigerians were about 230 million. And they've had a subscriber base close to about 200 million. They've actually been able to capture it. Because I've seen people to connect it to what is going on in National Assembly at the moment. So now, it appears that you cannot be able to chase customers in terms of subscriber base. This idea of saying we just want people to actually be able to come into our platform. And the unification of those numbers, don't forget what's actually done by the NCC, the regulatory body, to ensure that it's not like those days where we say if you have 0803 is MTN, 0805 is Glo, you know, that kind of a thing that we know. 002 is now they've harmonized everything. They have 005 and MTN. So now that has plateaued in terms of they are not chasing subscribers again. The number there is already drying out. The next way to be able to attract customers is actually through data. And that's what we are talking about now. A lot of them are coming up with bumper data packages. So not from voice or not from subscriber base. So MTN will tell you there's a favorite plan. Subscribe this amount to be able to double the data for you. That is actually the catch. They are used to be able to catch customers now. And maybe, just like I said, this should actually be connected to what is going on in National Assembly. Don't forget 2 days ago, the public opera started again when National Assembly tried to retain the Provisional Electoral Act of 2022, which is about electronic transfer and electronic transmission of results. These are two important things. The Senate President 2 days ago, the House of Reps have passed theirs that it is mandatory, Section 60, subsection 3 of the new Electoral Act. Before now, it is not mandatory that results should be transmitted in real time. It is not. So mean that if, for example, in Elizabeth polling unit, you guys have voted, and then there is a network glitch, they are allowed to be able to transmit results manually. You know, a lot of people claim that was actually the problem. Now, but at the same time, now, National Assembly felt like, what's the broadband penetration, internet penetration in Nigeria? According to them, though it's quite different from what we have here in Business Day. National Assembly said the broadband penetration in Nigeria is 40%. That means 60% of Nigerian states do not have internet access. So how will we resolve 60%? That's what National Assembly claimed. But our own data here show that 63% is the broadband extension. That's the penetration.
The amount of people that are on social media.
I'm talking about internet generally. That's what penetration. Internet penetration, our own data shows 63%. But they yesterday were reporting is 40%. That's why they don't want to mandate electronic transmission of results in real time. Because what that simply means is that 60%, if we were to go by that data, 60% of places in Nigeria or 60% of voters will have their result cancelled. Because once there is no internet in those places, what's going to happen? Yeah, we might be in Lagos here because it has generated a lot of uproar. The National Assembly is saying, fine, we'll go ahead with electronic transmission of results in real time. We're expecting harmonization to be done. But the question is, MTN, Airtel, Glo, these their masts, this their broadband, they've actually been able to venture into places that maybe uncharted waters, rural areas that National Assembly is actually claiming internet has not gotten to. Maybe what can they, I'm just thinking, can they be able to see how they can be able to partner with them? We are not saying internet penetration is 100%. Yes, no doubt. But electronic transmission, I mentioned, because transfer simply means that once you vote in Valentine's local polling unit, and then the man said, oh, unfortunately, internet has gone. He's allowed to collate results manually. People say we don't want that again. We want, as you vote, let everything be appearing in real time. That's a real time. That's transmission. So that's what is generating a lot of uproar for the past 2 days. Instead of saying, allow presiding officer Valentine, when he couldn't be able to get internet access on his what's it called? On his voter's card, on his readers, what do you call that thing? The voter's card. Yeah. When he could not be able to get it, let him be able to collate the result manually. So it generated uproar. That was what Akpabio was insisting. People came out for him, Nigerians came out for him. Before yesterday they came out, I'm sure we will talk about that in the paper in Punch. Before National Assembly came out here to clarify that electronic transmission of results is made mandatory. Issues about that is still this real time, and then a little bit of what National Assembly, House of Reps actually passed. But now the broadband penetration, MTN, Glo, Airtel are trying to use data as a stick, right? Or as a catch.
What about 9 Mobile?
That's what I'm saying. I think that's touching anyway. They've dropped because they've actually recorded the massive drop in subscriber base by more than 60%. Right, how bad it has been for them. They're still so because it's still this Dubai company that is still sponsoring them. That's what they're still saying. They bit afloat, but they are hanging by the thread. But the two major players there are doing fantastically well. The subscriber base is about 200 million that they've had, almost like what Nigerian population have been captured. So subscription is not a matter of getting people on board again. Is not that. What you need to retain people in your platform now on your network is through data, and maybe sometimes voices as well, voice calls that you do.
Absolutely,
what they're actually still using.
Absolutely.
So I think that is so. Once our readers, our listeners, I'm saying readers, be able to go there. I mean, there these who was that story?
The story was certainly written by
right?
Some, I can't really see who wrote it, but to read more on the story, you can just visit www.businessday.ng to read more on the stories. There's quite a lot inside the Business Day paper.
And the power outage you mentioned as well. We just talk about that if you don't mind. But that's the problem. I don't know your estate now. How has the power been like? Are you compared to last year?
Terrible.
Terrible.
Power has always been epileptic in some way or the other.
Yeah, but I know places like Hard or Bandhe, even Bandhe are complaining now. It has actually become to that level. And that's why the government is trying to be able to shed certain things to ensure subsidy is still on. Don't forget, the government is still subsidizing electricity, especially for people from band B to band E. In fact, I was telling you in my own estate, I don't know why they put us there. They put us on band D, ordinary, right from time. And band D is, I'm serious, that's what they have put us. And
really?
So I know that's been epilepsy, but it hasn't been worse. Band D is, but it's have the power of 4 to 8 hours in a day. Just 4 to 8 hours. At the same time, I can agree we're not paying that much. I can really agree to that, to be fair to that, because I think the last 5,000 I did in November is what we are still using it. But it's now bad. What? 5,000, I'm telling you. Because we're in Bandi, the hospitals on Bandi. The way they do all this thing, 5,000 since December is what we're still using.
Units.
No, 5,000 naira, not unit though. 5,000 naira. That maybe translates to about 20 or something units.
I don't want to talk about how much.
I know you're on Bandi, that's what I'm saying.
It's
so
terrible.
People are actually lamenting now.
And
the Bandi to Bandi has been very epileptic. And that's exactly, hydro is a little challenge. There is actually a sort of freezing in that regard as well. The government, don't forget that gas is about 63% of our electricity generation. The next is hydro, about 13% as well. All this kind of dam that we talk about, Shiro Dam, those things that we have dams that generate power. So there's a 58% challenge, there's a 58% drop, in the capacity of those things, especially the hydro, because I think that's what our story is actually talking about. And many Nigerians are lamenting. The government promised us that we'll see changes in the next 2 months. because they are trying to shed the burden of subsidies to states. How can states also be able to generate their own power? Power before now was an exclusive list. Only federal government generates that. But last year, don't forget, they now try to be able to devolve that power to allow each state to generate and sell power to their people in the state. So we're still expecting that. Abia State did that. Don't forget about geometric power thermal plant. Alex Oti, we've seen that through.
And I must say, like I said before, I think Abia State so far has put other states to shame, making them believe that.
I think it's two has done
at some point.
Put them on the spot.
Again, when I say shame, what I mean to say is they've always said that it is difficult or almost impossible for states to generate their own power. You cannot prove them wrong. So I think so far, I call it power set up to shame some certain persons.
Okay.
You know
so I think Ekiti assigned theirs into law. Lagos too assigned. It's just able to take effect by second quarter of this year, which is from April for Lagos State. Enugu to assign. But I think out of 36 states, only 4 states or 5 states have actually signed. And the government is able to put there to do, that local domesticate electricity act. That you also can be able to generate electricity and sell to your people locally. But I think hydro is still a major challenge. Gas is creating a more problem now. So maybe most of the hydropowers, most of the hydro sources that have been frozen, if we can reactivate them again, maybe they will at least be able to, release some of this body when it comes to.
Real quick, they better do that real quick. Let's talk about the front page of the Punch paper this morning.
Okay, so it says here, U.S. condemns killings as Turkey. Some call it Turkey.
Turkey.
Why? But
That's the pronunciation.
It pledges support. And so my question now is, did they have to, our commander-in-chief had to travel to Turkey to be able to get that support? Because it was after he traveled and came back, they are now saying that they are pledging to support. So another question is, very quickly, as soon as he landed, there was not an attack. I don't understand.
What's connected? Okay, so if you see the Kayama local government attack, it is as a result of, so there's a new group now, under terrorist group called Sadiku Group. That's their name. Yeah. The ones that launched the attack. I was a reprisal because they attacked the mosque. Turkey actually be able to play. So I think it's a very good way, to connect what has happened. The president came back on Sunday. The attack happened between Monday and Tuesday.
So the attackers welcomed our president.
Perhaps, or we are trying to send a message. But if you listen to the president yesterday, he was very emphatic, and he read out the Riot Act that these people will not go unpunished. In fact, he will ensure that they cannot just come around and attack our people and go away. As I said, there are 3 groups that are actually troubling North Central. Lakurawa, that's one group. They are domiciled in Niger. We have like Lakurawa boys. They're like some boys like that, about 200 of them that came from Niger and they found their way into our axis. The other one is the Mahmoudiya group. So this new group called the Sadiku group, whatever they call them, it's another group that launched this attack in Woro and Nuku area in Kaima local government. The governor went to meet the president yesterday and he read out the Riot Act and was actually very, very emphatic. The Nigerians were ready to be able to deal with them. I'm sure that we should get positive by next week. I'm very sure. Because Kaduna attack that we spoke about the other time, remember, all of them have actually been returned. No, there was no casualty. Thank God for that. Yes, the Kaduna attack, remember that people that are attacking the churches in the daytime, Kaju local government that we spoke about then, all of them were actually being found. Just 17 days in captivity and they are found. But what I'm saying here is this terrorist element are not also resting on their hands. They are trying to be able to give it back to us the way we are giving it to them. And that's why, as much as we pray, we also need to be able to put our effort on ground. Our Nigerian soldiers are doing a lot to be able to attack these people. They are doing a lot. So these people too are going back to re-strategize, doubling their, yes, they will be doubling their effort as well to be able to launch the attack on a grand scale, because they are starting to do in prepared economics, loss aversion. They wanted to be able to talk about it like those days when you're young, I don't know, in Lagos Island, they will see the accounting scores. You go on the island soon, I don't know. It's like 2 communities are fighting. So the number of people you kill from one community, they say the accounting scores. So if this community killed 10,
I think they're just a bunch of cowards. If they were really ready for warfare, then you should now say, you know what?
Let's meet here.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why I told him he needs to get in that space.
I think
he was ready for.
Let them
action.
Let them say, look, you know what? We are not ready to face Nigeria, and let them come out so that the Nigerian can now finish them and clean them up. This so-called bandits, so-called bandits and this so-called, Lakawara group or whatever you want to call them, they are just a bunch of cowards. How many are they? Are they up to 50,000?
I don't think so.
Not at all.
I don't think
They
so.
must be maybe 1,000, 2,000.
Just have sophisticated weapons.
My
Some of
issue,
them, don't forget the border of
local sophisticated weapons. They use the idea of fear. They use fear,
and
right?
Exactly. People.
Put in people. I believe that our Nigerian Army, Navy, Air Force is more than equipped and trained to finish them. The problem we're having right now is these so-called bandits. They work under what's called cloak and dagger. You know, shadows. These are bandits. You know, they're not a registered. If they were
registered, so always group,
terrorist groups.
So that's why. How is somebody just be able to pack up from where people are staying and decide go and stay inside the forest or inside the bush?
And then not attack innocent people.
A demon himself or is a spirit.
I give it to our Nigerian army. Our boys are doing very well.
They are.
Look, I would not be surprised.
About yesterday now, that Kwara, because that's exactly why they came for the reprisal. On Monday, there was an area bombardment. They killed a lot of their members. So they went back into Benin Republic and Niger to go and rearm themselves and then come back to launch attack on the community. Because they said it's the community that gave them help to Nigerian soldiers. There was a area bombardment. They just be able to follow through that. So they too went back. They run away. When that bombardment happened on Sunday, was an bombardment on Sunday or Monday. Then by Tuesday, they went to rearm themselves. They come to attack the community.
Again.
Yeah, that was exactly what they did. But the Nigerian army soldiers bombarded them on Monday. There was a serious area bombardment around that. Because all these axes are border villages.
Yeah.
They are border villages. If you go to Kwara, the Woro, that's what they call the place. Woro. It's not Kayama local government, Woro and Nuku. They are border villages that sharing borders with Benin, Benin Republic, some with Niger, some with Chad.
And this
so these guys are able to go walk in and walk out, exactly. And that's why sometimes, beefing off the border is also very important. Because the Nigerian soldiers bombarded them on Sunday to Monday. They went back, rearmed themselves, double up, and then come back and launch attack.
Before.
But just like you said, sorry about that. These are innocent civilians. These are harmless people. They didn't have any harm. They don't have. Why can't you feel the Nigerian soldiers?
Exactly.
Why you go attack innocent people?
Why
the people that bomb? If you think truly that you have superior weapon, come on. Why can't you face the soldiers? And let's see whether you show
the spot and find out why we are called the Giant of Africa.
And then let them face them. Rather than actually come and
I will tell you something.
I actually like how keen and passionate both of you are about
I mean, anyone who understands the trajectory and how far this so-called banditry and terrorist issue has gone will be more than passionate to make sure that this thing will see last of it. More so, this is even the part that's more interesting, is that the amount of dedication, the amount of discipline, and the amount of readiness our boys on ground. We see them on social media now, of course. You see them tell you, Daddy, some of them tell their parents, Daddy, Mommy, I'm going to fight, I'm going to come back victorious, so that I believe in Nigeria. And I must tell you, if there's anyone who should show more patriotism when it comes to this issue, our boys, because they need that morale.
Of course, we need to give
and so them. I always tell myself that, look,
and they are doing so well.
If God has blessed us with a platform, and because they're watching,
of course,
and they say that, look, these people are wishing us well.
And then
this
how can
we
our morale
more? We are speaking on behalf of the public, right? And telling them, look, we're wishing you guys well. Go and come back 100%. Destroy, eradicate, and erase Boko Haram and make Nigeria great again.
Thank you very much.
These are the words.
Well, let's see if we can take one more story on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, or do we just go to the Vanguard and speak on the big story on the front page of the Vanguard paper?
Let's try the Vanguard.
The big story on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning says 2027, majority of senators want real-time results transmission. That's Abaribe, Ningi, Ume, and others. And then page 9 says INEC registers NDC DLA worries over crisis in parties. Those are some of the headlines on the front page of the paper. Soldiers came 10 hours after terrorists that killed scores. That's on the Kwara massacre this morning. U.S. President acknowledges Nigeria's first lady as respected woman. 1949 massacre. Court orders UK to pay 420 million euros to pounds to 21 Nigerian families. And then 10,000 drivers to benefit from Lagos government health safety program. That's about all we can take on the front page of the papers this morning. Real quick, can we just roll our cartoon of the day and see what we have on the cartoon of the day? Taxpayer soup. Then you see federal government being looking feasting on but what animal is that? Like what animal? Tortoise with a snake head with a snake head, and it says federal government. It says, trust me guys, I'm only tasting our soup. But this one don't pass tasting. Tasting back then it's a little spoon and then a drop of it. But then this tasting is chicken. Chicken, then underneath you can see different plates. Plates of jumbo pay,
amazing
health, water, power, food. All of these plates are empty, but the person that is tasting has a plate. And then you can see other animals, you know, which happen to be us just looking.
There's something that this is showing us.
What's it showing?
See, the fact that it's not the lion eating, right, makes you understand that it says federal government is slow, but it's chewing the thing. So it's always slow, that's why. And this funny part now. All animals are equal, but some are more equal
than the others. Absolutely. That's why we'll leave it this morning on the newspaper review segment at 9 a.m. top of the hour. Join Deborah for Business Morning. Thank you.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to
think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with me.
Good morning. You're welcome to Business Morning right here on the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. We are live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. Nigeria's fragile electricity system is facing renewed scrutiny after fresh evidence showed that 58% of publicly funded dam projects meant to support power generation, irrigation, and water supply remain stalled or abandoned, despite hundreds of millions of naira already disbursed. Hydropower contributes 30.1% of Nigeria's electricity supply, making it the country's second largest power source after thermal generation. Yet the sector remains plagued by incomplete projects and inadequate maintenance. Reports reveal that more than half of the dam projects it tracked nationwide have failed to progress, reinforcing concern that deep-rooted execution failures, not just capacity constraints, continue to undermine Africa's biggest oil-producing country. And in the report examining capital projects under 2024 budget, 16 dam projects across 13 states were monitored with total disbursement of 432 million naira. And according to the reports, 25% were abandoned outright, while 37.5% had not commenced at all, despite receiving funding. And moving on, Nigeria is gradually becoming a key growth market for international high schools in Africa, driven by currency dynamics and heightened demand for internationally branded education. The country is now a magnet for global elite schools seeking to expand their footprint. From Charterhouse to Wellington and Robbie School, there are over 44 foreign high schools in Nigeria, signaling a growing appetite among Nigerians for global curricula and pathway to overseas universities amid persistent challenges in the local system. The trend is rather historical, as private secondary schools education in Nigeria began in 1842 through the efforts of Christian missionaries, contributing to the rise of independent international schools in the country. And also, Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak has blamed Islamic fundamentalists for the deadly attack on Nuku and Woro communities in Kayama local government area, where at least 75 residents were killed and dozens of houses were razed. The governor said the victims were targeted and massacred for refusing to abandon their moderate Islamic practices and submit to what he described as a perverted and extremist doctrine. Speaking on Wednesday, while addressing religious leaders, traditional rulers and security officials at the Kwara Government House in Ilorin, Abdulrazak said preliminary findings indicated that the killings were not linked to banditry or ransom-seeking kidnappings, which have become common in parts of the country. In his words, the assault was deliberate and a brutal massacre driven by extremist ideology.
And so when the news, Bitcoin dropped below 70,000 US dollars on Thursday amid a broader sell-off of risk assets. The digital assets fell as low as 69,055.46 US dollars, marking its first day below 70,000 US dollars since November 2024. And according to reports, Bitcoin was last trading at around 69,552 US dollars, as some market watchers suggest that $70,000 is a key level to watch, and a break below that could trigger more falls for Bitcoin. The drop follows a broad sell-off in tech stocks in the US on Wednesday, which filtered through to cryptocurrencies. Meanwhile, precious metals continue to volatile, with silver plunging again on Thursday and gold under pressure. And still to come after the break, Nigeria's insurance sector heads for another recapitalization test. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. Nigeria's insurance industry may be approaching another major turning point as regulators signal a renewed push for recapitalization across the sector. The objective is to strengthen insurers' balance sheets, improve their capacity to settle claims, and rebuild confidence in an industry that continues to record low penetration despite the size of the economy. However, recapitalization is not unfamiliar territory. Past exercises reshaped the industry through consolidation and exit with mixed results. As another test looms, the key question is whether this move will finally unlock growth and trust, or simply reduce the number of operators. And joining us this morning to throw more light on the conversation is Kolade Awosomi, is the head of Technical International Energy Insurance PLC. Good morning, Kolade. It's good to have you in Business Morning.
Good morning, Deborah. How are you today?
Well, thank you. All right, let's go straight into it. What is driving this renewed recapitalization push in the Nigeria's insurance industry at this time?
Well, thank you, Deborah. And first, foremost, I must thank you for having me here and for the interest, in our industry, especially as we are talking recapitalization. So there are a couple of things that are bringing about this recapitalization, and is as embodied in the NIRA, Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act 2025. And these are symptomatic things, over the years that have been observed and sought to be corrected in NIRA and the Act. So we have statutory, for example, NIRA is stipulating now that we should have 15 billion for non-life insurers, 10 billion for life insurance, and 35 billion for reinsurance. And we're not just stopping there. The industry is moving to what we call risk-based capital. And risk-based capital just simply means that you can play where you have capacity. And so, in essence, we are talking about capacity building. Over the years, a number of things have eroded, the capital base of a lot of companies, including forex manipulations and all of that. So there's a need to recapitalize to have stronger companies. Another one is to bring on board risk-based supervision. Now, risk-based supervision is a provision in IFRS 17, and which Nigeria and a lot of companies in Nigeria, not just insurance, are just coming back to. So this legislation and the recapitalization is trying to bring us back, into that space. Another thing is to create a consistent industry where claims payment will be done. So when you have bigger companies, because one of the low points for insurance really has always been the ability to pay claims, or people not wanting to pay claims. So one of the things that recapitalization is also going to do is to create bigger companies, that will be able to meet claims. And of course, as I was saying, there are macroeconomic pressures that has eroded, a lot of the capitals, including inflation, forex volatility, asset concentration, and a lot of that. So the push for this recapitalization is about solvency, credibility, systemic stability, and then global realignment.
All right, so from previous recapitalization exercises, what lessons should, regulators and operators be taking into this new phase?
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, as you mentioned, we've had experiences in the past. We had a recapitalization in 2005. There was an attempt in 2019, and several lessons, have been learned, and all of those lessons have been, embodied. Correction to all of those lessons have been embodied in NERA. For example, there's one of the lessons was that there's no capital without governance fails. The emphasis was just on capitalization, but not governance. So now what NERA has done is to embed in several sections of the Act proper governance, including fit and proper requirement, corporate governance and internal controls, auditor accountability, and a lot of that. So that is there. Now, another problem in part, which is a lesson learned, is that we had a lot of paper capital versus real liquidity. So now what the Act is doing is it has told us, in clear terms, I think in section 24 of admissible assets, including goodwill, intangibles, deferred taxes, and all of that. So this will, prevent artificial balance sheets, which was the case. And that's why you found that a lot of all those other companies then that we recapitalized couldn't stand the test of time. And then another one is that then, people, the regulators, I think they were drawn thin, but they were not following through. So now regulation has empowered NICOM, National Insurance Commission, to follow through. He has a mandate to verify, every assumption, to verify every claim by every company. It's not just bringing paper and said yes, and they even have power, to cancel your license for non-compliance. So they have a greater power, which is one of the lessons learned. And then, of course, finally, market overcrowding. We have a lot of, companies, smaller, bigger ones that are struggling or coming up. So when we have this recapitalization, the space will be constricted and we have quality consolidation. Thank you.
All right, so how prepared are the insurance companies, especially the small players? How prepared are they for the higher capital requirement in the current economic climate?
Thank you again for that question. So I believe that preparation varies significantly, but I'm sure that all companies in the industry are not caught unaware. Since the Act was signed, a lot of things have been put in motion, including education, including different enlightenment by the regulator. And even part of that was that as at September last year, 2025, all insurance companies in the space have submitted a recapitalization roadmap, to the regulator, which was approved. So nobody is going to be caught unawares. And of course, there was even provision in the Act for a 12-month compliance window, which will come up by July 2026. So everybody are well prepared. And the beauty of this is that for smaller players, and I think it's only in these clients. We have other clients, we have, insurance industry that just does a line. I can say I want to be a marine expert, and that's the only class that you want to do. So if you see, there are, even in these clients, even in Nigeria, we have companies, insurance companies that are well known for handling motor, and they have great skill at it. They have comparative advantage. So for those that have created that niche focus in the past and have underwriting discipline, they will survive. But people that have been generalists, that have been doing everything, and their results are thin, may find it difficult. So we are going to see a lot of capital quality checking. We are going to see claims coming up, your reinsurance structure, but most importantly, the governance structure. So you can choose to remain small. As I said in the last the last question you asked, we are moving from just this minimum capital. What we've heard, what we are trying to achieve is minimum capital. But what the regulator and the act or the industry is going towards is risk-based capital, which means if the act, for example, is prescribing a 15 billion, you can decide to have a 50 billion, which will put you in a very good stance to do as much as you want to do. So smaller people will have to play or merge, and then there will always be space. Thank you.
So how might you just answered my next question, because I was going to ask if we should expect mergers and acquisition, but away from that, how might recapitalization affect the competition within the insurance industry?
Thank you. Recapitalization is, in fact, something that the industry has been yearning for, and so the act is a response to industry yearning. So it's going to affect competition, in like three ways: in the short, medium, and long term. In the short term, we are going to have reduced players, and then we are going to have less aggressive rate or price war. It happens in the industry. And we are going to have better underwriting discipline. While in the medium term, competition will shift from price, to claim efficiency, turnaround time. Claims is the essence of insurance, because it's a service. It is when you have a claim that you know the value or the worth of the insurance that you have bought. So that is where the attention was. Of course, we are now going to have technology-driven processes. And then we are going to have a lot of product innovation. Having recapitalized above 15 billion or 15 billion, there are people that are putting money into that business. And so the business must, make money. So there's going to be a lot of product innovation coming on board. And then in the long term, the stronger players that emerge will have a lot of risk modeling sophistication, and there will be capital efficiency because they will be able to deploy and scale. Then we'll have sector specialization. People can begin to specialize in different areas of what they want to do. But in whole, I think what we're going to have we're going to have a lot of market maturity.
So speak to us about the impact that, higher capital requirements have on insurance premiums and the affordability for consumers.
Okay, thank you. So I think I've been at different fora, and one of the fears is, post-capitalization, are the premiums going to skyrocket? First, I want to state here that probably because a lot of people have not had, the interaction with the insurance is limited to motor. But you see, insurance premium as an insurance business is very scalable. We have premiums that's just 0.00, 0.1, 0. For risk. So I want to start by saying no, premiums are not going to, but we are going to have a lot of premium, rationalization. When you have higher capital and RBC, risk-based capital, underpricing will not be there because we are going to price as the risk is. Say for example, is an oil business, oil transaction. You are going to price it such that it will match that transaction. And if it's small transaction, let's say retail transaction, and that's the way it's going to be rated. So, and then of course, we are not expecting a spike, in premiums, because the things that determine premium are your claims experience, your expense ratio, your insurance cost. So recapitalization is not about increased premiums. It will still be affordable, but it will be as your risk is.
Beyond capital strength, what structural issue still need to be addressed to improve the insurance penetration in Nigeria?
So one of the lessons of previous recapitalization again is that, as I was mentioning, is that it's not just about capital. There are structural issues, in the industry that's needed to be addressed. And a lot of that, have been addressed in the Act. One of them is enforcement of compulsory insurances. Now, we have a number of compulsory insurances. If you go through the Act from sections 75 down to 83, 84 down to 99. There are a number of, we know the motor vehicle third party. That is the one that most of us know. But there's also the group life insurance, which makes it compulsory for employers of labor that have more than 5 employees. We have builders liability or building under construction. And I must say this, I think the Lagos state government has taken a proactive action in this, in terms of, because Lagos, we have a lot of buildings, building collapses and all of that. So what they've done is, when you are coming to have your building permits, they request for your insurance, and that is enforcement, and that's what we need. We also have, for example, occupiers liability, healthcare professional indemnity, that's for medical people. We have insurance of public buildings, and insurance, and this one is very key, insurance of petrol, gas stations, and product in transit. Oftentimes we'll see tankers, we see petrol stations going up in flames, but we need enforcement. So there's an enforcement gap, which this act, this act has prescribed prosecution and penalties for defaulters. So I think we're going to bring that to the fore as an industry a lot. And thank you for this program. Again, one of the structural things that this act is addressing is the claims trust deficits. A lot of the insurance public do not trust insurance, and that's the truth. But by the time we finish the recapitalization and we have emerging companies, this will be put to rest, because a lot of the smaller and unstable companies will have been weeded out or merged, so that would be so. And of course, we are also going to be opening a space. So that's another thing that, another structural thing we have for us to take advantage of the population. There's a need for financial literacy and distribution. We need to check our, we are conventional in our distribution channel, broker, intermediaries. So, but we need to look at what is going on around us in the banks, in other sectors, including web aggregators. People can come up and say, we just want to put all of this together, including having financial inclusion insurance, that will expand, and go, including even partnership with telcos, such that you can buy your insurance with SMS code and all of that. So that space has been created. And finally, investment discipline. Part of the act is that there's a huge emphasis on consumer protection. So, and there's a creation, the act created a policy fund protection. So it's not that the insurance company just it goes under and then you lose your investment or you lose your, no, you don't. So I think that is in section 27. So, and all of this, will be strictly enforced and supervised, under the new act.
How important is the regulatory enforcement and supervision in ensuring that recapitalization delivers real benefits?
Is extremely critical, for the success. As I said, is what should be. So what NERA has done, because in the past there wasn't that they could back, but they were not biting. So now what this act has done is to strengthen the supervisory powers of the regulator, including license cancellation. They can cancel your license if you don't meet up. They can give capital directives. Annually we send in our annual our accounts, to the regulator to check and all of that, and they check our solvency. So when they see now, with the powers they have, when they see that you are probably going below or outside of it, they can recommend and give you capital directive to inject funds. Now, supervision, there can be suspension now, even when you don't meet, those risk-based capital. So when they do a stress test and they see that you are not meeting up, they can suspend you. And finally, now they even have the power to appoint receiver managers over a company that they feel that it is going down. So overall, this enforcement will enhance market confidence, our reinsurance credibility, foreign investment interest. So all in all, it's going to have a multiplier effect, with what NERA has done in empowering our regulator.
So let's now shift our focus to technology. So what role do you think technology and innovation play in making the recapitalization process more effective?
Yeah, thank you. So earlier I was talking about, when you recapitalize, that means you are putting a lot of money, a lot of capital. So there is the need for technology. Technology will make recapitalization or capitalization efficient, because with increased funding, you can deploy and funds into innovative and technology to drive your business. And a lot of things that we are going to be doing under the Act too are technology-based supporting, because for example, risk-based reporting is automated now. As you are keying in your risk and all of that through an interface with the regulator, they are checking it. Product innovation will be fast-tracked. You can do your tests, your analysis of a lot of things. I also mentioned web aggregators. They will necessarily need, to have APIs that they can link to and join. We are moving on to electronic policy delivery, which is a lot of things now. And of course, AML, CFT, that's anti-money laundering, and all of the compliance is also being automated. So a lot of technology and and innovation, thinking outside the box is going to come in, because companies will want to run their businesses smarter. They want to prevent fraud and leakages. So they will have to look at technology and innovation.
So finally, before I let you go, how will placeholders and businesses feel? How will they feel the impact if this recapitalization exercise succeeds?
Thank you. And as I said, for us, it's exciting times. And I can assure you that policyholders, businesses will feel this visibly in terms of faster claim payment. As I said, that is very, very important for us. And it's a statement, that we need to make. Genuine claims will be settled faster. We will have fewer insolvency events, companies going under. We have better product innovation, products that will be speaking, to the convenience and to the need, of the policyholder will be coming up. Of course, we are building this increased capacity for bigger risk. The federal government we have regulations that speak to local content developments. But over the years, we have seen that even the local players don't have the capacity. So part of what this recapitalization will do is to increase our capacity for this bigger risk. And of course, there's stronger policyholder protection framework now embedded in this. And so ultimately, the consumer is the winner, because we have fewer but more resilient institutions now, that will underwrite individual business or national developmental risks. So they are going to be smiling, as it were.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. We're speaking to Kolade Awusomi, he's the head of Technical International Energy Insurance PLC. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure.
After the break, why good technology feels invisible. Just stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate, but the current wave led by AI and automation is changing something deeper: how leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it. What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation this morning. The best technology rarely announces itself. It doesn't demand attention, instruction, or admiration. It simply works, quietly fitting into our lives, removing friction and solving problems so smoothly that we forget it's even there. When technology is truly good, the focus shifts away from the tool and back to the human using it. Now, this invisibility isn't a flaw, it's a sign of maturity, empathy, and thoughtful design. The moment we notice technology too much is often the moment it's failing us. Now, joining us to throw more light on this conversation is Bisola Esther Oyeko. Good morning, Bisola. It's good to have you on the Business Morning.
Good morning. Good to have you too.
Into it. Why do we tend to notice bad or broken technology more than the good technology?
When a technology is actually working very well, you notice that it's very seamless, it is very natural, it feels very invincible. But the moment that technology becomes very bad or very broken, we become very frustrated, very stressed, very overwhelmed. And the way our brain is wired is just wired to notice this sort of things. Even when the technology has been working well, and you had just one bad or one error problem, that is what your brain sticks to. Your brain remembers that over when it has been working really well. So it's just the way our brain has been wired to always notice things that tends to stress us and tends to frustrate us over things that has been going really, really well, working really well.
Is invisible technology always a good thing, or can it sometimes hide important consequences?
Visible technology, first, it is when a technology is like working in the background. And this can be good because it allows the users to it makes lives very, very easy to users. But the moment when it becomes really bad is when it starts making important decisions for the users and taking control from the users. So it can be good, but it can also be bad. And it all depends on how the technology itself was designed.
Design contribute to technology feeling effortless or unseen? Yeah, Bisola. All right, speak to us about how, a good design contributes to technology feeling effortless or unseen.
Technology is very seamless. when it is doing exactly what you want it to do, when it feels natural. Like if you're clicking a button and you know that this button is going exactly where I want it to be, when it feels very familiar, it just feels like a part of you. So you never really even notice this, and it becomes very, very invincible. So when when something is just well designed, or a technology is just well designed, it feels really natural to the users.
So would you say technology can be considered successful if the users don't even realize they are using it? Is that your definition of it?
It is successful. Like when a technology is helping user achieve their intended goal, when it is doing what the users want it to do, then we can consider it successful. But when we are building technology, we shouldn't build it with success in mind. We should build it with clarity and transparency in mind. We should let the users understand what exactly this technology does. So yes, it is successful, but it should also be transparent.
So what are everyday examples of technology that work so well and we take them for granted?
Example of like an everyday technologies are mobile banking and like transfers. Like if you think about a few years back, before you can make transfers, you have to go to the bank to like make your transfer. Like you have to leave your house. But now you can just be at the comfort of your house and just make the transfer. It has made life just so easy for us. Same with things like Google Maps. If you want to go out like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you have to ask somebody who knows where you're going to. And then they'll give you a list of corners and places you need to be passing to get to where you want to. But now we actually do not need to do that. You have your Google Map to just help you check. So these are examples with which technologies have like improved our life, and we can tend to take this for granted. And when these technologies are not taken from us, that is when we realize how dependent we've actually become to using this technology. So these kind of things can actually be taken for granted, especially when it has just become like a part of us and our way of life.
So does invisible technology reduce user agency, or does it actually empower users more?
It does both. It can empower you because there are some repetitive tasks that users tend to do. And invisible technology has just made it so easy that it has automated these things for you. So you don't even realize that it is even doing it. But when it actually takes user agency is when it is making decisions for you, especially decisions that have high risk. The technology shouldn't be making this kind of decisions. The user should be aware of those decisions, and the user should be the ones actually making these decisions. So it can be both.
So how do trust and reliability influence whether technology fades into the background?
I would say that the trust you actually have in your technology is the reason why you don't even see it. Like when a particular thing has been working well, when you just tend to trust it. But when an error occurs, that is when that is when this technology becomes very visible to you. For example, I'm going to use an alarm. When you're going to work every day, you use your alarm, and every morning it wakes you up at a particular time. The moment that alarm stops, or the moment it doesn't wake you up the exact time you want it to make you up, that is when that alarm becomes visible to you. You realize how much this alarm has been very helpful, and your trust in that alarm just becomes like it goes. So the trust you have in a particular technology is why you actually do not see it. And the moment an error occurs, you start viewing that said technology in a very negative light. Thank you.
In what ways do you think invisible technology can shape behavior without the user themselves being aware of it?
For example, let me use Netflix as an example. On Netflix, some people can have their autoplay turned on. And sometimes the companies are actually the ones that actually turn this on, not the users. So now, from the company's point of view, they are turning it on because they want you to be on Netflix and they want you to actively watch this movie. in a way, they are taking a sense of control from the user, because now it is in the user that is actively saying that, oh, they want to watch the next episode of this Netflix. It is Netflix deciding that you want to watch the next episode. So in a way, it is shaping our life, but it is also taking control. Another example is social media and social media algorithm. Like social media, like things like Instagram, they are the ones that determine what you see. You're not the ones that say that says, oh, I want to see this. It is them that are showing you exactly what they want you to see. So in a way, it is shaping our lives in this kind of way, because it is good, because it makes life easy for you, but it can also sometimes take control, and you do not want that.
So, should designers aim for invisibility, or is there value in making technology more visible and understandable?
I think there should be a balance. Invisibility is good, so it's not like the enemy. You should try to make life easy. You should try to make things very seamless for people, but you should also aim for transparency for your users. You should aim for clarity. You should make them understand that make them understand what this technology do, and the decisions they are making. And when they are high risk decision that you know that the users should be the one making it, ensure that they understand what those things are, and ensure that they are the ones making those decisions, and not you as a company, or not the technology itself.
All right, so Bisola, finally, as technology becomes more embedded in daily life, how do we stay aware of its impact if we barely notice it?
I would say through digital literacy, making sure that whatever technology you're using, you understand what it does. And like, for example, if you're on your social media, try to understand things like your data. What are they using for it? Like, what are they using it for? Where are they getting this data from? And we shouldn't put all this work only on the users. It is up to us as the designers, as the government and the society itself, to make sure that this technology is not exploiting people, like users itself. It is up to the government to make policies so that it ensures that companies do not exploit their users.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Money Show, Bisola Esther Oyekon. She's a UI UX designer. So it's really good to have you on the Business Morning.
It was nice to be here too.
In our focus today on Business Morning, we looked at Nigeria's insurance sector ept for another recapitalization, and we also looked at why good technology feels invincible. The Breakfast Show continues with the big story with Elizabeth Musa after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
We're currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some, is it government task force or what, that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do? Is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we pay. Well, nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money. And some of us just paid. Some paid in November. Some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, as they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the halfway land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling, so we have no option and we have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will say everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came, and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring? They did not provide anything.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government. And I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. Nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers. And even most of my goods, everything, we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UBA head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself. They just come and demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they said we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to miss our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. United told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
We have seen and we have heard, and from this report, it is apparent that these traders have not gotten feedback from the government, neither do they exactly know what is happening. So we are standing in solidarity with the traders and with the people of this market, the Lagosians, and we want to know the reason for the demolishment. This is Amanda Emosigwe for Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Hello and welcome to the big story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Despite easing inflation in Nigeria, eating out is becoming one of the first lifestyle habits households are giving up. Restaurant and fast food visits have dropped by 28% as more Nigerians cut discretionary spending and return to home cooking amid sustained cost of living pressures. This trend is highlighted in the 2025 Invisible Economy Report by ShopPoint Rewards, which analyzed 3 million verified shopping receipts, representing between 45 billion naira and 52 billion naira in consumer spending from over 85,000 shoppers across 10 states. This is the big story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. And joining me this morning is Kesiana Majemite, is the founder and CEO of ShopPoint Rewards. Welcome to the show this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Right. Your report shows a sharp decline in restaurant and fast food visits. Why is eating out one of the first expenses Nigerians are cutting right now, unlike traditional surveys or all of those other surveys that we've been seeing?
Right. I think when it has to do with economic pressures and inflation, I think it's very personal from what we've observed. Inflation is very personal because it affects people across different tiers of income brackets. And, when it has to do with eating out and the money people spend on food, what we observe from our reports basically is just understanding the patterns that emerge from verified shopping receipts. And, the data indicated that, the cost of eating out was about 100% more than the cost of, what people spend on groceries. So you're looking at like the average grocery ticket of 17,300 at the average receipt level. And then you're looking at, the average receipt for eating out at a dining-in restaurant where you sit down with the menu for about 33,000 naira. So when you look at that sharp contrast, I mean, when things start increasing, people would have to figure out like where can they cut cost. And when you figure like the cost of, eating out can save your grocery cost for like maybe a week or 2 weeks, I think it's just a no-brainer that people would make that shift. And I think that's what has really happened with the insights that we received.
Fantastic. And what does this data actually reveal about how Nigerian families are prioritizing essentials over non-essential spending?
Yeah, interesting. So, I mean, I think it's good to draw back on what we really understood from the invisible and what brought about the invisible economy report.
Okay.
I think when you look at the data that the average consumer or the average shopper gets from their bank, statements or transaction information, it's usually a series of, debits, credits, withdrawal, transfers, and all of that. And if you are like the budget conscious, expense tracking conscious, at the end of most months, if you go back to the beginning of the month, it's hard to kind of like say how much or where did I exactly spend my money. So what traditional, bank statements or information and expense tracking offer consumers is basically knowing how much they've spent. But what our data is basically evaluating is what is like the human behavior, the motive, the context, the value of what that pricing that left their account is. And when we zoom into that, the receipt as itself holds like that value, that information. But most time people just end up, throwing them in the trash. And so because we've built a technology that allows us to, enable the consumers themselves to capture this data, both for their expense tracking and whatnot, it also provides this granular level on the patterns. And what we saw is that groceries being like the highest, budget eater was about like 36% of what people spend on. And when costs begin to increase, we started seeing like people started having, two type of behaviors started emerging. One of the behaviors that emerged was what we call the basically like basket downsizing, right? So traditionally you would see someone who would probably buy a tin of milk in like the tin container going for the refill option or even the sachet option. So even if their average monthly cost was not reducing on groceries, what they were doing was they were going maybe more frequently than buying smaller sizes, right? Especially when it has to do with the essentials. But when it comes to things like, household supplies, cleaning product and all of that, we saw people having the different behaviors where they are willing to switch brands, right? Because for them, it doesn't matter whether it is brand A or brand B, as long as it cleans the floor and does the job for them. So on those type of areas, so when people see price jump from maybe 1,000 to 5,000 naira, they are more willing to switch from previous brands that they patronize, especially around household cleaning products. But with restaurants and eating out, of course, that saw a major chunk, like I said earlier, because people preferred to just start cooking home meals. And not like the restaurant dip was entirely across eating out. I think mostly for fast food, people were still, spending on fast food, especially like, we deduct like these working professionals who maybe they are pressed for time and they cannot easily just, make their own food. But all that type of spending also happens usually mostly on the weekends and usually in the evening times. compared to previously observed data points. So the three main areas that people are willing to trade off, from our understanding, is that they will trade off on non-essential, non-discretionary, discretionary spending, personal care as well, and then food, moving back into home cooking as their core focus of spending.
Fantastic. The report also shows rising price sensitivity, with up to 72% of shoppers comparing prices before buying and 45% switching brands when prices cross 5,000 naira. Now, shopping habits are becoming more strategic, with most grocery trips happening on weekends, bakery purchases peaking on Friday evenings, as today, and shoppers combining multiple categories per visit to maximize value. Now, would you say Nigerians are becoming more disciplined and intentional in how they shop?
Exactly. I think precisely that the theme of the Invisible Economy reports is basically about how resilient the average Nigerian shopper is and how disciplined they are with their money. So most people would figure out creative ways, because what we started seeing is people would go into the shops and basically almost rapidly doing a mental math on how to save costs on things that they would purchase most. Of course, there are some things that people could not just stop purchasing. For example, 1 in every 4 receipts had rice being purchased, whether from a cooked form or a raw form. And then from the raw form, at least 25% of those receipts had also cooking oil purchased at the same time. So when it has to do with the standard things that Nigerians wouldn't compromise on, whether they are cooking at home, most cases is rice and cooking oil. So those items were consistently being purchased, consistently increasing. So even though there was inflation, but what we're understanding is it's like a moving car that was accelerating super fast, but at some point, it started reducing the acceleration. So even though the cost was going up, but what most people were doing were just calculating how best to still spend the same amount of money, because of course salaries was not increasing at the same pace at which cost was increasing. So they needed to stretch that bucket. So in summary, it's a story of resilience and discipline overall.
Yeah, and while we talk about the story of resilience and discipline, this shift is happening at an interesting time, if you ask me, because we saw food inflation easing to 10.8%, this according to the National Bureau of Statistics, which suggested that consumer caution remains high despite improving macroeconomic indicators. So why is household spending behavior seeming to lag behind easing inflation?
Yeah, I mean, I think it buttressed the point I mentioned earlier, which has to do with inflation being personal. And especially when it has to do with food. I mean, so one of the things we did also was basically looking at the outcome of our reports and looking at the official government report on the MBS side rather. And obviously when it has to do with food, right, towards the average in 2025 was somewhere around 24 point something percent on the MBS side. But from what we observed was about a 23% increase in price. And even though the official government reports will say there's some sort of easing out, and that's where inflation becomes personal, because then different people combine different categories of products. So indeed, some product prices were dropping, while some not necessarily dropping, or they were not dropping at the same pace at which the others were dropping. So if you were buying products that were expensive and you suddenly started switching to cheaper items, obviously your inflation value on a personal level will definitely ease out. So what we're seeing is not all prices are reducing at the same time, but definitely there's an indication across different categories that prices are easing out on certain areas. But overall, it boils down to the choices that people make on an individual level. And I think that's really the benefit of the report that we've done, which is it gives us that behavioral level to what does the top-down data say and what does the bottom-up data say actually.
Okay, and for the restaurants and the fast food operators, the data also signal a challenging recovery as Nigerians continue to prioritize value, home cooking and essential spending. So my final question to you before I just ask you a few more questions is, what should businesses and policymakers learn from this changing consumer habits?
I think at the end of the day, it comes down to consumers who prioritize what helps their budgets to go or stretch longer, and they will prioritize things that help them feel safer, right? And so obviously, like when you look at the categories like health and baby products, like we saw like a steady growth in that spending. People were not compromising on their health and on their baby products and all of that. So what brands and stakeholders could generally learn from this is that, you know, the data that we are basically seeing gives a pulse on the economy in real time. And for most brands that, for example, we had worked with, being able to use this insight to help them to kind of like directly engage their consumers and increase lift in what they are seeing, especially at certain restaurants, because when restaurants combine offers that are personalized to the way the consumers are spending and how they are, you know, utilizing their money, it kind of helps those customers to understand that, you know, this business cares about me. They understand how I spend. And also in terms of, you know, access to microcredit and all of those type of utility and financial inclusion, because not a lot of people are being caught in the official banking infrastructure with, you know, formal lending and all of that. But these people spend money anyway, so they are usually very underbanked. And so this type of data sort of helps us understand how, you know, those who are in charge of, you know, providing microcredit, microlending, either to the small businesses themselves or even to the consumers, can better understand the cycle of cash flow, can understand priorities, can understand preference. And I think adding this layer of context to the economic data that already exists kind of provides a more personalized approach to financial inclusion, more personalized approach to easing of economic burden for the general masses. I think that's one of the things we've observed.
Great. And at ShorePoint, which is your company, I think it's also important to just talk to me about some trends you're seeing. You know, ShorePoint, you can feel free to shed more light on what ShorePoint does. You know, managing consumer. I think you were talking to me, consumer rewards and all of that. What are some trends that you foresee? I mean, we're starting off a new year. What are some trends you foresee that might change when it comes to consumer behavior in the year 2026, and some things that you know, both negative and positive, your outlook basically?
All right, I think so from a SharePoint perspective, I mean, what we set out to do was basically to reward everyday consumer spending. I mean, the gap in loyalty rewards generally is that while consumers like to participate in loyalty rewards program, the problem we really found on the market is there is a divide between what we call the brand agnostic and consumer centric rewards. So brand centric rewards are usually the type of rewards where you go to a specific store, they have their loyalty programs, you have to enroll in that, and if you've gone to any of the supermarket or, you know, stores, they ask you for your phone number and you have to register here. But the problem is that while you're accumulating some points in this store, you're also visiting another store, and you have to enroll, you have to accumulate points, and those points are not sort of like interoperable, meaning you can't move the value here to this store. And beyond even moving the value, like most people don't even know how much point they've accumulated and what does that look like in terms of value. And so what we've just done is to create an infrastructure that both helps the consumer to track their expenses, also help them to track what they buy the most, and help brands to be able to understand who are our loyal customers. And since these are our loyal customers, what kind of value, what kind of rewards, what kind of incentives can we offer them to make them continue to either patronize our brand or maybe to even test our brand. So, and from a prediction point of view, we see that as a, you know, use case that continues to increase, because as consumers cut costs in different areas, I think one of the trends that we've seen with ShorePoint is our product has the ability for you to check prices within your neighborhood, because as many people participate in the ecosystem and snap the receipt, they're actually, you know, illuminating this invisible economy for one another, where you know what people are spending in your neighborhood and what they are paying, so you don't have to overpay, in short. But at the same time, it's the brands themselves really knowing and having like this direct to consumer relationship, because that's what is usually broken, especially from the manufacturer point of view, because they only have relationship with the retailers, with the merchants and all of that, but the relationship to the consumer is usually broken because it's fragmented across different retailers. So what we've done is to bring that into one picture. And so we see that as a pattern that continues, and as people begin to adopt this mechanism of whether it's to track their expenses, whether it's to get better value for their money, to know which offers exist, that consumer pattern is going to continue to increase. And in terms of real-time data and how much the brands spend on understanding their business, manufacturers and all of that, they spend a fortune with, doing surveys, sending people to the market, doing all of those type of things, and increase the cost that they have in terms of overhead and the time it takes them to really understand the market that is moving. Because if 3 weeks ago people have switched from your products, but you have to wait for the end of the month survey to understand that movement, then you're already late in a market where people are pressed for cost. So we see that most brands will spend more this year kind of like understanding the behavior around their consumers, understanding how they shop, how they spend, and then designing personalized products that sort of like keeps their consumer or their market share increasing. And I think that's what most smart brands will be doing. And I think from most people, consumers as well, they'll be looking for more ways to save more money and get more value for their everyday spending, essentially.
Can you give me a little shocker as to what you think might no one saw on the radar that consumers might be finding themselves purchasing in year 2026?
It's hard to say, because really the idea is like we're not really looking out for what consumers are purchasing, but I think as the pattern emerge, we learn in real time. So we don't set out to look out for what people are really doing, but I think what happens is that as the pattern emerge, we're usually the first to understand and to know, and then we can provide the right stakeholders with the ability to respond to those things as quickly as possible.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kesiana Majemite, founder, CEO of ShopPoint Rewards. Thank you so much for your time on The Big Story this morning. You've been watching The Big Story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend your
Full insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax her, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. I'm still Elizabeth Musa. My name hasn't changed, and I'm here with
most definitely Onyeka Valentine. What's happening in social media space?
A lot of things happening in social media space. Should I
introduce
buzz.
you, please?
Yes, please.
We're joined with a well-respectable presenter, Elizabeth Musa. Those are home know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. All right. I know. I mean that's quite interesting. You know the comment from
Donald Trump,
from the US president.
Right.
But that's still what we're talking about this morning. Speaking, you know, something interesting happened. You know, and that's our first conversation this morning.
Most definitely.
The United States president has described Nigeria's First Lady Remi Tinubu as a very respected woman. At a U.S. prayer breakfast in Washington. Now, speaking during the event, Donald Trump drew attention to Remi Tinubu's attendance, describing her as a respected figure and noted her role as a Christian pastor in the largest church in Nigeria. Now, speaking at the International Religious Summit in Washington, D.C., Remi Tinubu said she sees divine intervention in the United States President Donald Trump's focus on protecting Christians in the country, as it has created an opportunity to elevate relations with the United States and tackle insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria. Well, that's the one story coming out of social media this morning. Very respected woman indeed. Let's see some of the reactions on and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. This Dumebi says, this is news because in the minds and hearts of a majority of Nigerians, the praise is utterly misplaced. It is news because in contrast to Trump's well-known disparaging perceptions of Nigeria's leadership, it's newsworthy and relieving that the First Lady should be so addressed. Helen and Destiny says, Trump doesn't know how he will find out. What's he finding out?
Well,
Kane Johnson says, notice how he praised the First Lady but didn't mention her husband once. The shade is subtle, but it's definitely there.
Well, some will agree, others might not. But again, when words come out of Donald Trump and they sound like that, it's so clear that you can almost want to predict what it is that he has in his mind. A lot of people will say, look, is that what he has said is exactly how he feels. But why do we think there are other, gray areas in that conversation? Does it really, mean it inside that he's according all that respect? I'm not saying she's not worthy to be respected, but I'm not saying that. She's our First Lady, and we as Nigerians will respect her as the First Lady. We need to accord her that respect. But judging what has happened over time, right, from the point where he started tweeting about Nigeria, calling us the now disgraced country in his tweet, or rather in his social media post before this whole issue of sending Tomahawk missile to bomb some certain areas and all that pressure put on Nigeria. Why is it now coming now? These are just questions that anyone back home would want to ask. Why is it not coming now to find a way? Is he trying to carrot and stick approach, where you come with the stick and then later you come back and
give the carrot.
We want to understand all that. Again, these are just indications that, or rather, these are just signs that good relationship can still foster. But come think about it. While he's busy having all these great accolades for our First Lady, can we also see it extend to relaxing those visa restrictions? I don't want to travel to the United States. Not that if you invite me, I want to go, but I'm just saying, right? Can we also see that other areas that will make our economy better based on respected bilateral trade? If you don't understand that word, if you see that I stress the word respected, right? Let it be that you respect us as a nation. A lot of Nigerians still believe that our sovereignty was breached when the idea of bombarding some certain areas termed as Boko Haram strongholds. Okay, one will agree that yes, it was important that they had to come in so that way to push the hand of our leaders to begin to tackle Boko Haram and insurgency, which obviously is working. Others will still say, no, we are a sovereign nation, they shouldn't have done that. Now we are now seeing outright partnership with Nigeria and the United States government based on tackling insurgency, tackling terrorism. There's something that they are seeing that we are not seeing. They are the owners of the satellite. They see the movement within those areas. They see the movement around the Sahel group. They also see movement within the northern areas, those areas that you want to call our borders with other nations like Nigeria and Benin. All those, they see all those things with their satellites. We don't see it. However, sharing intelligence is important. But before I even go that far, it boils down to the same thing. You've given her accolades saying she's well respected. Do you actually respect Nigerians? It's important to know this because as the first lady, right, she represents Nigeria, right? She speaks for Nigerians as the first lady in that kind of gathering. So yes, you've accorded her the respect by saying she's a well-respected woman. You now went ahead to now say she is the pastor, in one of the biggest churches in Nigeria. I watched the video in Nigeria. Now, I have nothing against that. To each his own. Everyone has the right to worship wherever they want to worship. Want to be a Christian, Muslim, I have no issue with that. My issue is this. Not necessarily an issue. My concern, hopefully it will explain and answer what those at home are thinking, should be, look, can that accolade or that words of respect or recognition I give to her, can it also solve other issues so that America can also respect Nigeria's sovereignty and really truly come to the table of discussion based on equality and not look down on us? Again, I won't really blame them because most of the time, either now or in the past, we've always gone there cap in hand, seeking for one aid or the other. Even when we don't need the aid and they bring to us, you collect the aid. What does this mean? You are actually, whether or not you like it, you are actually giving away your ability for you to speak up. And these are all the issues we're talking about here. Yes, it's okay to show respect to the First Lady. We understand that. But beyond all that charade, beyond all those, show of glamour and political way of politically correct, I use that word, does it actually mean it, right? Does he really respect Nigeria? He say he loves Christians in Nigeria. Does he really love Christians in Nigeria? Because there are not only Christians in Nigeria, you also have Muslims too, who are also being killed too by this so-called heartless, terrorist Boko Haram bandits. They are all evil people, right? Targeting not just Christians but also Muslims. So the question now is, now is he respect our First Lady? I want to put it this way, actually a respected person, coming from you as a world leader. Can we also, in that light, see that you respect other Nigerians by saying Nigerians are great people too? That country is not, quote and unquote, is not a now disgraced country. Because when you say our country is now disgraced country, a country of 200 plus million Nigerians, please don't respect us. I am not a bandit. You are not a bandit. Just the way there are other millions of Nigerians out there who are not bandits, who are hard-working Nigerians. So the question now is, can we, for once, see what it is? Double standards. What exactly is he gunning for? Trying to win them, the Christians, over by calling her, by saying she's a respected woman, even going ahead to now say she's the pastor of the well-known church. Like I said, there's nothing wrong if behind the camera he says, "Oh, madam, I respect what you're doing, great stuff." But you said it for the world to hear. We're not fools.
Do you have a problem with him? Do you have a problem with him supposedly giving an accolade where he thinks there should be one?
I have no problem. My problem I have is, let him actually mean it. Let us see that when you say you give such accolade and respect, or you give such, put this word again, you give such recognition to our First Lady, of whom we actually respect so well. I mean, don't preach to the choir. We respect her. We know that. So for you to now say it, does it simply mean that you are trying to soften the issues? He has insulted Nigeria before. He said it's there in his social media post. Now disgrace country, guns blazing and all that stuff. It's a country that works so hard. You have hardworking Nigerians paying their tax. You have able-bodied men and women in the front line battling Boko Haram. Yes, we haven't crossed Boko Haram. Yes, we haven't recorded huge level of, put this way. Yes, we haven't erased and, eradicated Boko Haram 100%, but we are getting there. So to now tell the rest of the world that we are nothing, that was a big slap to our face, honestly speaking. And I'm not shocked if our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has not really had time to go to the US to meet with him because of all these other issues, but we don't know, right? We're looking at the issue from different angles. The question now should now be, having said she is a well-respected woman, which means you acknowledge that she's well-respected. Can you also acknowledge the fact that well-meaning Nigerians and hardworking Nigerians, whether in Nigeria or the ones in the United States or different countries, are also well-respected and hardworking? Let's not have a two-edged sword. No double standard. Call it as it is.
All right. Fantastic. Definitely. We hope that President Trump is listening to you.
Yes, he can invite us to come and talk about it.
He will invite you with all this. Anyway, let's move on now to another conversation making the rounds on social media. This morning is the report that Enugu State High Court has ordered the United Kingdom to pay £20 million each to the families of 21 coal miners killed by colonial authorities in November 1949, ruling that the deaths amounted to an unlawful and extrajudicial violation of the rights to life. Delivering judgment on Thursday, Anthony Onovo, the presiding judge, held that the killings were unjustified and that the British government bears responsibility for reparations. The court also ordered a formal apology to the victims' families to be published in newspapers in both Nigeria and the United Kingdom. The suit was filed by Greg Ono, who sought a declaration of liability and apology and compensation for the descendants of the miners killed at the Iya Valley coal mine in present-day Enugu. Now, ordering the UK to pay £420 million for a massacre, the massacre that happened in 1949, for me, it's not a bad idea, really. I mean, to be honest, it's really not a bad idea. We're hoping that the UK pays because it's easy for them to come. It's always the other way around. But seeing this happen, we definitely will be looking out to see that the UK actually pays this money. But let's see some of the comments on social media and see how more Nigerians are reacting to this story on social media. The public saying, yeah, it's a good idea. Definitely it is. Bro to bro, Sultan of Crypto says, justice delayed for decades, but still justice. Colonial brutality wasn't history. It was theft, violence, and erased lives. £420 million can't undo the damage, but it shatters the myth that colonialism was ever benevolent. Oluwatos says, hope it's not Nigeria court. Nwabueze says, the British government will never pay the money, or they will never pay that kind of amount to any Nigerian citizens. They will collide with the Nigerian government to subvert the judgment. £420 million to the families of the 21 Enugu coal miners killed by the colonial master is the best judgment, but the government of Bola Tinubu will work against the judgment.
I want to disagree because, I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, again, social media is what it is. That's what we call it, social listening. To hear what, the social media people are actually, saying out there. I mean, for what this other person said, this second one we just read, that he believes that our president, will work against it. So that is, I wouldn't say it holds water, really. How are you sure he's going to work against it? What if he's working for it, right? Again, I'm not trying to be an advocate for him, but can we just see from the positive angle for once? Yes, the court has said, this amount of money must be paid as compensation for the 21, coal miners that died in that year, and then just the way it should be, really. Nobody wants to have his or her loved one be taken out, or because of another person's, greed or another person's personal vendetta or whatever you want to call it. However, in this kind of case, if the court has said that this amount of money should be paid, let's see how this whole story unfolds, really. But I don't think for me, I don't think the state government or federal government will work against it, right? The news is out there already. Okay, I'm sure that before the court of law had come forth to now draw their conclusion, I'm sure they had all the facts as the case may be. Plus, there are pictures, we see some pictures there. The only sad thing is that people who have died and they've gone, and they just left, loving families behind all these years, to go through trauma. Those families, children has given birth to, grown up, become adults, give birth to children. Those who have grown up, become adults and give birth to their own children too. So it then becomes a case of generational pain. So, well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. The final story today, this one really shatters my heart, and which is why, we're just going to end with that one. Nigerians are reacting to the massacre in Kwara State over what the state governor described as Islamic doctrine refusal. Suspected Islamic militants massacred a large number of villagers with death toll estimates ranging from 75 to over 170 in the western Niger state of Kwara. Now, according to Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, the victims, who were largely local Muslims, were targeted for refusing to abandon their moderate practices and submit to a perverted and strange extremist doctrine, specifically rejecting demands to follow a hardline interpretation of Sharia law. Now, the attack, which security sources say began around 6 p.m. on Tuesday, has drawn widespread condemnation and prompted an urgent military response from the federal government. You wake up in the morning and you hear of massacres. These were things that were, when they happened, they were etched in history because it was a big deal. But do you see how everyone is going about their day?
It just makes you understand that, look, when something goes on for too long, it almost becomes a tradition. And we don't want such things to become a tradition. In some countries, activities of the government, activities, of businesses, everything just gets closed up, right? And there is like 2 or 3 days of mourning. Not one, not two, 100 plus. It's a sad thing. Our hearts go out to the families. To think of the fact that you might lose a loved one and actually lose a loved one in this kind of massacre. It's not as if it's old age or sickness.
Absolutely.
It's heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching. It's nothing that one can in any way say words that will be able to, cushion the pain. But however, as it is right now, it is now clear for us to understand that these people who have perpetrated this crime not only need to be gotten, right? Not just jailed, but actually executed. And one of the ways this can happen is sharing of information, really, right? We we're journalists. That's what we're here to always spread the word out. If you see something, say something. If you see some certain people who are not within your, community, say something. Spread the word. You might just be saving a life, right? I'm sure before these criminals and killers and murderers came into that community, they've been sending 1 or 2 spies. So if you're someone who lives in that community and then you see a face that you're not conversant with, report immediately. So it's a sad thing. We pray that we hope that our security personnel is moving quickly and begin to neutralize these people. And it's so funny, not funny now, it's so sad that we can see different issues coming up in different places at the same time. I begin to think, are they coordinated in such a way that they plan on distracting our military personnel or distract our security network so they don't know from which angle it's coming from? We just hope that these people are, apprehended and they let them face it.
Honestly, we hope so too. Let's see some of the reactions on social media and listen to what our audience is also saying about these stories on social media. Big Daddy Spot says, finally, a governor's confirmed that they are Islamic terrorists. So that denial is gone. Everyone has to work together to wipe these monsters out of Nigeria. That's from Big Daddy Kelv. Greg says, so what is he, as the governor of the state, doing about this gruesome attack killings of these 75 victims? Just only letting the public know, or what? Sika says, may God save us in this country. Look, I'm just, there are some things where you talk about every day. It just gets so exhausting. It just throws you off.
At some point, and then again, because we're professionals, we're trying not to let our emotions be seen. But this is no longer something that you want to hide behind your professional face, even as a broadcast. You want to say it the way it is, so people at home know exactly how you feel. However, talking about it alone will not get the matter solved. We hope that what we're saying, will get to, those who are in power to actually move quickly, send personnel to get these people and make sure that they don't get away with the crime they've committed. So the families of those at home, family of those who, who are related to the people who were killed, what else we can say than sorry and then stay strong, really. And like we rightly said, it's connected to some extremists. These people, they have faces, right? They also have their families too. Can they arrest their families and produce these people who, because there's some several groups, like I did say, within that angle there, if you see something, say something. And I'm sure if people who live around that area share information, they will get these people down so that they don't start, they don't get to a different community and start perpetrating that crime again. It's just a sad thing. It's painful. That's why you can hear me stuttering my voice. It's a painful situation. Nothing that anyone can do about it for now. But there's something we can do, which is to talk about it so that those who are responsible for making sure they track them down, get them down, swing into action. And I must say that our security personnel are doing a lot. The military are doing a lot, right? But they can't be everywhere at the same time. So there must be some form of understanding. I'd say, if you see something, say something. So we can stop this whole thing from the beginning and not even allow them to come to communities. Because human beings live in those communities, really, right? And so I think for what it is, it's painful.
Yeah, we'll continue in our own position and in our own sphere of influence, to continue to speak truth to power. That's as much as we can do. We just hope that the government does what they need to do to make sure that these killings stop, to make sure that we feel more secure, we feel more at ease in our own homes, in our own communities, that all of these killings stop. But that's why we leave it this morning on the social listening segment right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Thank you for sticking with us from the start up until the end, from the headlines, of course, to Business Morning, of course, then to the big story where we spoke about, consumer behavior, which has changed with more people embracing home cooking as against buying food from restaurants and all of that. And that's according to a report. Well, it's according to the report. So but from the report, it's based on it being a cheaper option. Yes. That's why. And then, of course, to the social listening segment. It's been a great week so far. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Until next week, Monday, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities. And we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a first ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate, but the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation, you cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, reaching you live from Business Day Television. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. And now, the headlines. Dangote Refinery warns coastal logistics may push petrol to 1,000 naira per litre. S&P flags oil currency volatility as risk to Nigerian banks. Federal government vows to halt state interference in local government finances. Nigerian to strengthen gas-to-power chain to boost industrial growth. And also, agricultural initiative assessed after record produced valued at 2.31 trillion naira. We begin today's business news hour with development from Nigeria, where Dangote Petroleum Refinery has cautioned that continued dependence on coastal logistics for petrol distributions could drive pump prices to nearly 1,000 naira per litre if the added costs are transferred to customers. In a statement issued on Thursday, the refinery explained that evacuating petroleum products by sea rather than through pipelines or land-based infrastructures significantly raises distribution costs. While marketers are free to choose their evacuation method, the company noted that coastal logistics could erode the pricing advantages achieved through increased local refinery capacity. Dangote Refinery highlighted broader implications for fuel affordability and consumer welfare, estimating that coastal logistics could add about 75 naira per litre, translating to an annual cost of roughly 1.752 trillion naira based on current fuel consumption levels. The refinery urged marketers and policy makers to adopt more cost-efficient logistics solutions, warning that avoidable expenses would ultimately be borne by producers or consumers and could undermine efforts to stabilize fuel prices. Meanwhile, S&P Global Ratings has identified crude oil price movement and naira volatility as major risks to the asset quality of Nigerians bank heading into 2026. The disclosure was made in its African Banking Outlook 2026, which assesses bank sector trends across the continent. While asset quality across Africa is expected to stabilize, S&P noted that Nigerians banks face heightened exposure due to the structure of their loans portfolios and limited credit expansion over the years. The agency warned that with about 50% of loans denominated in foreign currencies and nearly one-third linked to the oil and gas sector, Nigerian lenders remain vulnerable to energy price and foreign exchange shocks. Although easing inflation could accelerate interest rate cuts, supporting economic activity, S&P expect bank margin to compress. The agency maintains a positive outlook for Nigeria's economy, citing reforms, infrastructure investment, and rising domestic demand. Moving on, the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to ending state government interference in funds allocated to Nigerians' 774 local government areas from the Federation account. The pledge was made in Abuja by the chairman of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, Mohammed Shehu, during the 2025 Budget Performance Appraisal and 2026 Budget Defense before the House Committee on Finance. Shehu said the Commission is prepared to take firm steps to guarantee financial autonomy for local government, describing their weak functionality as a major driver of Nigerians' governance challenges. It disclosed that Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission is concluding work on the new revenue allocation formula and the remuneration framework for political office holders while also auditing oil assets across the Niger Delta. Community Chairman Abiodun Folake commended the Commission's progress, noting that stronger oversight and reforms would improve revenue generation and restore accountability at the grassroots. Also, the federal government has announced new measures to strengthen Nigerians' gas-to-power value chain, positioning natural gas as the backbone of electricity supply and a key driver of industrialization. Gas currently accounts for over 70% of on-grid power generation, but the government admits that supply gaps, infrastructure deficits, and weak commercial accounts are located to the federal government. We'll go on a quick break now. When we return, we'll bring you more stories on the Business News Hour. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? one distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back to the Business News Hour. The federal government has begun a comprehensive review of the National Agricultural Growth Scheme and Agri-Pocket project following the production of over 2.5 million metric tons of crops across 4 farming seasons. Speaking at a stakeholder workshop in Abuja, the Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Abdullahi, said the review aims to assess progress and strengthen implementation. It disclosed that the program generated produced value at over 2.3 trillion naira, contributing to improved food availability and easing price pressures nationwide. The minister noted that the review aligns with President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency on food and nutrition security under the Renewed Hope agenda. Abdullahi added that the government is open to reforms with plans to expand the scheme through partnership and new phases targeting key staple crop across the state and the federal government territory. In other news, Nigeria must urgently shift from an economic reliant on raw material exports to one driven by ideas, innovation, and complex production to achieve sustainable growth, according to NRS Chairman Zach Adedeji. He made the call on Thursday while delivering the maiden Distinguished Personality Lecture at the Faculty of Administration of Bafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State. Adedeji warned that Nigeria's current economic structure leaves it poorly positioned in a global system that increasingly rewards technology, knowledge, and productive sophistication over natural resources. He noted that Nigeria added only 6 new products to its export baskets between 2008 and 2023, reflecting decades of stagnation, weak industrialization, and limited value addition across the economy. Adedeji urged policymakers to adopt deliberate strategies that build economic complexity, deepen industrial capacity, create jobs, and reposition Nigerians for long-term prosperity. Also in a major development, Nigeria has secured about 25 billion naira in funding for a decade-long high earth intervention with the formal launch of the Sight Quest Nigerian program by Christian Blind Mission International in Abuja. The 10-year national initiative aims to reduce avoidable blindness and visual impairment by strengthening disability-inclusive health systems while supporting improved productivity and economic growth. Speaking at the launch, CBM Chief Executive Officer Rainer Brockhans said the program represents a major expansion of the organization's 57-year partnership with Nigeria, backed by a firm commitment of £15 million. He explained that SightQuest Nigerians build on previous collaborations to deliver long-term integrated solutions targeting cataract, refractive errors, and other preventable causes of vision loss. Brookans added that the initiative will prioritize undeserved groups and requires close collaboration with government, health professionals, and communities to ensure sustainable and suitable inclusive eye care outcomes nationwide. We'll go on a short break now. Stay with us. When we return, we'll bring you more news in details. Welcome back to the Business News Hour, reaching you here on BusinessDay Television. Transcorp Power PLC has released its unaudited result for the year ended December 31st, 2025, reporting revenue of 398.27 billion naira, up from 305.94 billion naira in 2024. The company recorded solid growth across key indicators, with profits after tax rising to 91.42 billion naira, earnings per share increasing to 12.19 naira, and total assets expanding to 563.48 billion naira. According to the firm, performance was driven by improved generation capacity, including the return of GT20, which added 100 megawatts to the national grid in January 2025. Transcorp Power also reduced borrowing by over 7 billion naira, reflecting stronger balance sheet management and improved financial discipline. The board proposed a full-year dividend of 5.50 naira per share as management reaffirmed its commitment to operational excellence, grid reliability, and long-term value creation. Moving on, Nestle Nigerian PLC has received the highest level of authorized economic operators certification from the Nigerian Customs Service, earning the security and safety status under the program. The 5-year certification recognizes the company's compliance with trade regulations and adherence to stringent supply chain security standard. The approval followed extensive customs audit and on-site operational assessment, with only 35 companies granted full certification from 391 applications nationwide. Speaking at the presentation in Abuja, Comptroller General of Customs Bashiri Adeniyi said the certification demonstrates that regulatory compliance is achievable despite a challenging operating environment. Next to Nigeria said the status will enable faster cargo clearance, fewer inspections, improved materials availability, and stronger collaboration with regulators, reinforcing the reliability and efficiency of its supply chain. Meanwhile, Arade Holdings PLC has reported a 55% growth in profit after tax, reaching 401.2 billion naira in its unaudited full year 2025 results. The surge was largely driven by a 523% increase in earnings from associate companies following strategic merger and acquisition activities. During a media briefing, Investors Relation Manager Ilegbokeme Ijaike attributed the strong performance to disciplined execution and the successful completion of key acquisitions across the group's portfolio. Ijaike noted that these transactions substantially enhanced Arade's share of profits from associates, rising from 31.6 billion naira in 2024 to 197 billion naira in 2025. She clarified that due to the timing of ND Western acquisition, only the balance sheet was consolidated in 2025, with income statements to be reflected in future reports. And now, away from that story, experts in the real estate sector says recent federal government tax reforms could significantly reshape Nigeria's property market. The comments were made on Thursday in Lagos at the 10th Alpha Cross Real Estate Outlook Conference themed Amplifying Resilience in the Real Estate Industry in a Disputed Global Economy. Speaking at the event, Alpha Cruise MD Tubi Adama noted that the reforms had contributed to higher rent and property prices as many property owners pass on tax costs to tenants and buyers. He added that a positive economic trajectory and growing foreign investment could offset some challenges, creating opportunities for the sector in 2026. Adama also highlighted technology growing rule over the past decades, from property management and invoicing to sustainable building design and digital platforms for buying, selling, and renting properties. Also, the inaugural African Connected Through Trade, Talent and Culture Festival aims to empower 1.5 million youth across entrepreneurship, arts, and sport, while facilitating over $5 billion in trade deals across Africa, organizers have announced. At a Lagos press briefing, AFTA Fest organizers said the three-day Pan-African event scheduled for March 26 to 28, 2026 is in Abuja seeks to promote intra-African trade, economic integration, and grassroots awareness of the African continental trade area. Project lead Mandy Ayangu explained that the festival targets young people, creatives, and innovators, positioning them as a key driver of continental growth while scaling youth-led enterprise and cross-border trade. The festival will feature exhibitions, workshops, cultural performances, and networking opportunities, celebrating African heritage and connecting entrepreneurs with investors to advance trade, talent, and cultural integration across the continent. And finally, to wrap up the business news hour, Japanese automotive giant Toyota has raised its profit and sales forecast for the 2025 to 2026 fiscal year, despite challenges from newly imposed U.S. tariffs. In a statement on Friday, the company said it had mitigated the impact of tariffs through cost-cutting measures and targeted marketing initiatives, reducing the overall decline in profitability. The company noted that net and operating profits fell in the September to December quarter, despite rising sales due to tariff-related cost increases. Global sales hit a record in 2025, strengthening Toyota's position as the world-leading automaker with strong growth in the U.S., offsetting flat performance in China amid intense competition from local rivals. And with that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour. Thank you for joining us. I'm Glory Brown Odibu. Stay with Business News Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think business.
Hello guys, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra. My name is Anthony, and today I have in the studio Michael Adeni Damilola, aka Dami Fresh, DJ Dami Fresh. Basically, he is a DJ and also the lead digital distribution and marketing at Jonesing World, Nigeria. You know Jonesing World, owned by the legend himself, the Prince, who is also Don Jazz's brother. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Nice to have you in the studio today.
It's glad to be here.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
So it's been a long time coming. I've really wanted to have you.
You've always been talking about it.
Yeah, you know.
Over the years now, in a couple of years now.
Yeah, sure. I think we've had you on different stories on editorial sector, on entertainment as well, and we really appreciate for all the your comments you give to us, very insightful, and I'm glad you are here also to give us fresh.
Yeah. It's beautiful to be here actually. After all the years talking about it.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
It's been through my face eventually.
Yes, so that when you come with. All right, so let's go into the business of today. We're here to discuss about music, your career basically, and where you operate at Jonesing World. Let's start by tell us a bit about your role in Jonesing World and what was the perspective from that on the Nigerian music scene.
Basically, like you said, I handle the digital distribution and marketing, right? It's about uploading artists' music and labels to streaming platforms, as you're helping those records get the maximum visibility on those platforms, and also try to leverage whatever tools they have on the platform to, put the song in front of the right audience, right, and help the artists grow in platform and off platform, as well as also designing marketing campaigns that will help grow the artist brand and connect them to audience, and also over the years grow that audience so that there's an exchange of value between the artist and such audience through the music in which the artist put out, and every other point of value that the artist is going to evolve into over time, so that those audience can always buy into whatever the artist is trying to pitch to them, right? Today might be music, tomorrow the artist might be on an ad commercial and still need the same audience to gravitate towards it. It might be a movie or a soundtrack for a movie that the artist is working on. It's different from the original or the core of what people know them for. The artist might be selling merch tomorrow, an event. So this is the same audience that love the music or that love the artist, that will go ahead and dip their in their purse to buy into all that necessarily. So my work, is to help an artist build such ecosystem whereby they can leverage their craft across all these fronts and beyond.
We as music consumers, we might not know what happens behind the scene. Basically, we might not know in terms of what the artists actually have to go through in terms of getting branding or whatever they do, so that they can earn extra bucks So basically, not everybody knows about this, and not everybody knows about like what you do for your artists. So basically, let's go back to you being a DJ. You still DJ, right?
Yes.
How do you like link the two like careers together? How do you link that together? Like being a DJ and also being
So basically, concerning that, I think it complements one another, because from my experience, right, I'm on the back end of things, trying to build an artist or work with the artist to put out a product that will eventually be put out there for consumers to consume. But as a DJ, my skill set, my experience, my job also makes me interact with this consumers, which are the audience. I'm always with them like 2 to 3 nights a week. So I know what people want. I know what dance floor, wants, right? So that also informs and helps me in terms of when I, in rooms where we discuss about creating music or creating value that for an artist that the consumers want to, buy into. So this experience helped me to navigate between, being on the forefront while performing, or on the back end where trying to create product or brands that these consumers would like to, to be a part of. So that's cross-pollination of personality, is an additional advantage for me, because I understand the heartbeat of the dance floor, and I'm also at the forefront of where the product is being created. So I can also always, use my knowledge and expertise and experience to say, okay, why don't you move it this way, or go and update this way, to also add value on that front as well. I also try to bridge the gap between the artists and the consumers, using that experience.
Yeah, so can you spotlight like some of the artists that you've been working with so far?
Currently working on Godzilla, Spaghetti, and Glorious. They are young artists that are growing. They're growing to the artist development phase. They have put out projects, has Godzilla and Spaghetti. They both have EP out there. You guys can check it out. It's a body of work. And Glorious too, he has 2 singles out. You can also check him out as well. So yeah, there are new artists. They're finding their way in the industry. This entertainment industry is a wide landscape.
Yeah, it is.
It's a learning curve for every artist that enters, because it's quite saturated and overwhelming now, not just in Nigeria, but on a global scale. So as an artist, when you come in, everybody has a difference, right? So, but when you come in, what's important thing is to learn, and try to play the long game. That's what I always tell most artists. Don't just come in, and some might be very fortunate on their first song, they just go and they tend to forget themselves and don't learn. Over time, people will just move away from you with time. If you don't understand your craft or you're not adding value in terms of knowledge. You might have the talent, you might have the skill, but this music business encompasses way more than just being able to write songs and be able to sing. Right, so you should be able to know the business you are into. So if you're not giving yourself to learning over time, you might just fizzle out.
So walk us through the in this modern market that we have right now, especially in Nigeria, what does true breakout moment looks like for new artists today in today's market, and how has Jonesing World helped to facilitate your new signees these young ones that you've spotlighted so far?
So breaking out artists in this modern age is a lot of things, right? People will say it's about money, it's about this, For me, based on my experience and what I've seen over the years, breaking new artists is a lot of work. There's money, there's a lot of strategy behind it, there's a lot of planning, right? But again, this what I'm about to say is kind of controversial, because this is why sometimes in some part of the world, especially in our country, some business entities don't want to invest in entertainment, because sometimes you need the grace of God when it comes to this arts and music. Do you get what I'm saying? Because a lot of people that have come into here spend millions and spend thousands of dollars and nothing to show for it. Because sometimes you might just do everything right, but you just need the element of luck and grace for it to work. So, but in terms of doing the groundwork and breaking an artist, you need to first of all put in the work into the creation of the music, because that's the core of everything. You need to find a good sound for the artist. The artist needs to sell themselves into that sound and believe that sound, and find good producers to work with it to fine tune that sound, because that is your identity, as an artist, your sonic identity. Then also as an artist, you need to understand your visual identity. Although it might evolve over time, both the sonic identity and the visual identity, but for you to break out, you must be distinct, you must be different, and you must own it, you must be confident about it, and you have to be consistent. So if you can, you are sure about your sonics, you're sure about your visual identity, right? And you are consistent, there's a lot of social media tools that is out there that are free that artists can show themselves, like YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reel. Some of all those platforms are platforms whereby artists need to, once you've identified this, there are a lot of things you need to do or you can do. You just need to be in front of people because you're trying to sell yourself. This little knowledge about yourself that you have been able to gather or fine-tune with yourself or your team, that okay, I sound like this, I can write like this, I can convey emotions in a certain way with these lyrics or with this sound, I can do content, I have this charisma, I have this energy, I have this aura. You show that through your visuals too as well, and your song, I can tell compelling stories, and you also push different narratives. Those are the things that move people to want to know about you, right? So as an artist, you need to know these things. If you don't have to guess it, you have to be sure part-time. Because let me give you an example. There's Adekunle Gold and there's AG Baby. Those are two different personalities. So that's why I say, as an artist, you always evolve. You evolve. But whenever it is you're starting out, you just know what is working for you then, and what you need to define it. And once you know it, you and your team, you have to milk it for that era or for that period. Right, and if you want to rebrand and evolve, there's going to be a phase. You do that and okay, this guy is moving to another level, right? So in every artist's career, there's always that journey. For artists to break out in 2025, you must know those things and you have to be consistent. If you're going on TikTok, you're going on YouTube, you're going on Instagram, but you have to be consistent. See these new guys that are trending right now. These guys from the north.
Okay, yeah,
not those ones are Lagos boys. I'm talking about this guy from the north, First Class and OG Abba. From my research, OG Abba has been promoting that one song now since February of this year. They just broke in I think October or November. Some other artists won't do that. They will have given up on that campaign or dropped other songs. It's not bad to drop other songs, but that's what I talk about consistency. Just don't be shy, don't feel sad if people are not, gravitating to what you're putting out there. But it's also a test or a task for yourself too, because there's a certain parts in yourself that you need to push to before something might break through for you, right? People need to see you sometimes some annoying amount of time before they make action, right? When you see an ad and you're seeing that ad continuously and it's annoying you as an artist too, you need to push your music that way. You have not start pushing your song to people who are saying, this guy again, I've just seen my timeline. I have not started.
There was this particular guy that had that thing. Was it this year or last year? He was on X every single day. We are seeing him, and they're like, it took one of our top artists to, I think was it Olamide or what?
Yeah, it's Zlatan.
Zlatan, and he was like,
yes,
what's up? What do you
this guy that was running Twitter ads? The guy I'm saying, if people see you, but they act as if they don't see you.
Yeah,
but you need to push them to start. Like you corner them to a point whereby you make them take an action. Like him taking his phone to tweet that tweet. That guy didn't obviously meet him but that thing has gotten to him so much. Like, what is this guy doing? Let me talk about it. And another example of that for me was what's this guy, Nance Boy, when he dropped that Umbrella song. I kid you not, I didn't play that song on any streaming platform, but I knew the song. I knew the melody. I might just be doing something else and I'll just be humming the sound. I will now be asking myself, what song is this? I don't know the artist or the song, but I know the melody. Because I've seen it on Instagram. If I go to Snapchat, I see it. If I go to WhatsApp, people are posting. If I go to Twitter, I'm seeing. So it's in my front, is everywhere. So for new artists, that's the energy you need to move, right? You might not have money to pay all those influencers, but you be your own influencer, be your own creator. You have your phone. What are you doing? That is that's your 9 to 5. Do your content. Like, let people cuss you out and say, you do this content piece too much. Let them say it's too much. Your work now. That means you're hardworking. Do you get what I'm saying? So new artists need to have that energy in this modern day because everywhere is noisy, everywhere is saturated. So if you don't have money, you have to go hard and use your phone, your camera, your phone, do as much content, be creative, be interesting, and just put out content. And before you know, you start growing some little audience and fan base. And when you start doing that, don't neglect them. Don't just expect them to take it. Tell them the action to take. If somebody is always commenting on your post, reach out to the person, tell them thank you, appreciate them, repost them. If they use your song as content, put it on your story. Let it be like an emotional connection between you and them, because those are the people that will buy your tickets. So you have to, in that early stage, you have to really gravitate towards them at that level and grow with them.
So briefly, why do you think the industry is not seeing as much breakout stars as we used to have them back in the early 2000s, 2010s? Why are we not seeing as much as that in 2025? Because I think right now there are no new stars. There are no new, this can be a Bonner or this can be a Wiz. We even though we have like the top 3 or the big 4, if anyone wants to put himself in that conversation, why are we not seeing people that we are thinking, this can be like a mega star that will still be here for like the next 10 years? What are we missing out?
For me, right, over the years, I've observed this too as well. I feel like one of the major issues is that the industry is now becoming too expensive.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, even new artists that are trying to come up, they have this idea that if you don't have so amount of money, you can't go into music, you can't go into entertainment, because everybody wants to get a piece of the block, right? So sometimes it's discouraging for the artists themselves and also to the investors, because investors, they're in the business, so they've done some certain project that maybe didn't go well, or they are still want some that is going well for them, but there's not, based on, if you check the money in which they have invested and the result they are getting where they are right now, is not equating, but at least they've enjoyed some level of success. So it's too expensive, right?
So basically
that was one of the major reasons. It's too expensive.
Because we talk about
who's willing to take that risk to invest millions of naira in you when nobody even knows you yet.
And how much are we talking about in terms of the scale of millions of naira?
Okay, let me just say, like, at least at least 500k USD. Between 300 500k USD, like you need to invest maybe like on a particular act, one act for a period of, let's say, like 18 months to 2 years. To get, maybe like you're looking at a project, music videos, marketing campaigns, influencer campaign. There's a lot of expenses. How many people are willing to take that risk with someone they don't know from anywhere, just because you are putting out content online and they think that, okay, you have something in you? It's not so many people are willing to take that risk now, because the entry point into the industry now is not very expensive. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's pushing a lot of people back. So that's why if you see someone that are really breaking out in recent time, even though they might have some funding, but the artists have to have character. You have to have charisma. It's not like before again that you just pay, and before you know it, you're already there. The times have changed. Yeah, even the audience behavior has changed. They need to see that you are about it, before people start giving you that audience. And there's a lot of things that is taking people's time now, because the world is not as created as it used to be before. Before there's gatekeeping and creation is kind of sacred, but now everybody is a curator. Everybody is trying to fight for attention span. So sometimes maybe on WhatsApp and you want to do something on Instagram. Before you get to Instagram, you're forgetting why you're Instagram. Then you now start to what I want to do. You now go out to WhatsApp to check. So attention span is very short. So everybody, even on WhatsApp, people are posting on your WhatsApp story. You consume content every time. Even though you don't want to consume, you consume.
And there's music now. On WhatsApp status, you can upload.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody is not a curator. So for an artist to break through, it's war. If you don't have charisma, you're not like consistent, it will be hard. It's not like before that once you just have a sweet song, we have to have that energy to push the song, the aura. People need to see that fire in you, and consistently. If you are posting your content and you're saying maybe like 2,000 like, 500 like, 1,000 like, don't be discouraged. You need to work, because, and again, the way algorithm works, algorithm needs to see that you're putting in efforts. It's not like you post today, you not post for 5 months, and when you post, you believe that everybody will just
Jumping.
No, it doesn't work that way. You have to be consistent. You have to have you have to have like a programming. The way you open your TV station, I know that by 6 o'clock or by 12, they are doing this program. As an artist, you have to have programming, because what the algorithm understand is programming, because it's the program itself.
Yeah.
Right. So, and the number of times you put video, out there trains the algorithm. Okay, every Monday this guy posts by 1 p.m. You have to be like that. You have to be strategic. You get intentional. So if you do all of these things, trust me, you just need one moment, and when that moment comes, you capitalize on it. Before you know it, you'll be out there. So for breaking new artists in this era, this is one of the challenges that I'll say, I've observed, and I've discussed with other people too. Artists, you need to just take a chance on yourself, and the times have changed.
And I think you mentioned something about like gatekeeping. So I think do you think have we crossed that part of having gatekeepers?
So they're gatekeepers, but now the thing is that they can bypass the gatekeepers if you know what you are doing. If you have that charisma, that tenacity, and that consistency, you still need them. But the beauty of it now is that because you have free tools that you can use to showcase yourself and go straight to the audience, they will now be forced to align with you.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? Just like this Marvel, for example, now. Obviously, there must have been some people that must have paved way for him or give him a co-sign initially. But now it's getting the wave, so it's so kind of big. Those big guys also want to jump on that wave. Normally, they won't reach out to him before, but because now they say he has the numbers, they'll reach out to him, right? And he's also used to also draw those new audience and young audience to themselves too. So it's strategic, because when he drew, I think last month, one of the Fridays, he had 3 songs in 1, 2, 3. That's not happened before for a new artist. His first year as a rookie. This is his rookie year now, and he has a number 1, number 2, number 3 back to back. And those are like the big artists, CK, Davido, and Wiz on it. That's massive. About this thing we're talking about, they've seen that movement and they like, this guy, okay, the wave that is building, let's jump on it. And to the people who like, they're supporting the young. There are a lot of other young guys too that are doing a lot of stuff out there, but you won't see them. But they've spotted and said, this one will favor me. Let me do this. That's how it works. So if you don't push yourself to that position, trust me, you will not get that opportunity. But with social media now, you can just do your thing and be consistent. When it's looking good, those guys will come around. Even other industry people too will come around and give you that co-sign that you need.
Yeah, so that's actually nice. But let's talk about like you as a DJ from your own perspectives. Our clubs, I know you're entering the dirty December period now, and it's quite a time for music artists to actually come out and show that they belong to the space, especially the upcoming artists and the new artists that are on board. My question is, are clubs and festival circuits and concerts, are they still a reliable launch pad for these new talents?
Yes, they are. Reason being that it's an avenue to meet, prospect one-on-one, right? As an artist, if you have a good record, right, it's probably not a viral hit record, but it's a good song, right? And you compose yourself well, you're able to secure some of these platforms for yourself to go and showcase yourself, right? You don't need everybody at that event. You don't need everybody. If it's just 10 or 20 people that your performance or your song can wow, that's a start. It's a win, right? So let's give an example. In December, you're able to secure 10 events to perform at as a young artist coming up, and you're able to get 20 people from these 10 events, 20 people each from each of the events you go to that try to like listen to you or try to follow you. That's a good number to start with, because if your song is good and your personality is good, like they go check your TikTok, they go check your Instagram, and they kind of find a liking to you, you've won close to like 200 people over, right? They have families and friends, they have speakers, they have a playlist, they have friends. They can say, I just discovered this new person, check them out. Or they forward your link of your content to some of your friends. In that way, you can also build and find, or other people will find you through that medium. So those events, even though you might not pay some of these new or coming artists that they are not yet big, you might not pay them, but you need the value you get from the audience you are connecting to more than whatever someone wants to give you now. Because once you build that audience, those are the people that will probably want to pay to see you next year. Let me give you an example. Now look at Fola now. He just came in last year with that Alone song with Bad Boy OML. Fireboy jumped on the remix. He put out an EP, Bella on it. This year he did his first album. He did a couple of feature Kistanio, I think he did with dancing to different people. You tap into different people's audience. Did with Wizkid and DJ Tunes. He has grown. He's one of the most streamed young artists this year. He has grown his discography and grown his audience by tapping into other people's. Now he's going to do a show in December. Now he's going to call ticket, let's say like 20 or 30K. People are going to buy it because they know the song and they love the song. They want to sing it back to him. So all the other fans, and some people pride in the fact that they are early adopters of his sound. It's now that you guys are just I don't choke so there are also all those early core fans too. So as a young artist, that you have good music out there and you believe in yourself and you know to get these opportunities to perform somewhere, you need to find those your early adopters first. Those your starter audience, those your core audience. You need to find them through those mediums, right? Connect with them at this December event and groom them, grow with them. That's what I was saying earlier, that if you see people that are commenting or are reposting you, appreciate them, thank them. You understand what I'm saying? A like on their comment or a reply or a DM chat, they will value. That's an incentive for them taking action to want to like your music when you're not yet known or blown yet. Right? So you should appreciate those people that make conscious effort to give you an audience or give you a listen while you are trying to grow. Don't just expect that I want to blow. No, it's a business too. If you're a business person, right, your business don't just start. Even though you invest big money, don't just on the first day, don't just expect to make the big money back. It's gradually you grow the business. So this also is a business for those artists too. If you see people that are trying to engage with you, Shazam your song, tell I like your song, engage with them, communicate with them. As your business or your operation expands, you might not be able to do the little chat with them on a daily, but once in a while too, just okay, this week I want to be preparing my. It's always a good, even though you're a big star now, it's always a good thing. You can even do see the way Shatawale did the event on his birthday for his people in Ghana and see how massive it is. Do you see the turnout? It was massive. The old square was filled. The road leading to the square was filled. That is raw, genuine love from fans, and that's supposed to be when it comes to music. Every time you are collecting. As a celebrity, how are you giving back to people that actually buy from you? It's always very important. See, here's some point now. Look at beverage companies. Every year they're always doing one promo or the other. If you open the crown cork of this thing, you can win something. It's not that they can go by selling their product because people are already addicted to those products. Yes. But they still need to let you know that as you are buying a product, we are trying to also give you back, give you refrigerator, give you a fan, give you generator. As artists too, you should also plan things like that too. People are buying your ticket, they are buying your merch, they are listening to your music. You can do something and say, okay, I'm giving back this. Find a way to give back to them, because it's a strategy. It's a business. You're also investing back in people that are investing in you. That way, you know out of business, because as they are servicing you, you are servicing them back. So, as an artist, if you see it as a business that way, that you are a company, you are a business, you always have campaigns that you run every year how to service your fans as they are pouring water on you, pour water on them back. So everybody will be enjoying. You understand? That way it will be going. When I saw that Shatawale movement, I was really moved though. Bro, that thing was massive, because I've been to that square before and I know how massive it is. So to be there, to see it being filled that way, and people cannot even get in, like no. For just one artist, it shows how people love him genuinely and how he has been. Do you know how funny Shatawale is? The way he communicates with his fans and his audience, this is like part of the things. Like, he shows his personality, not just every time music. Shatawale talk about life, talk about family, he interacts, he plays, he gives. There's no way if Shatawale is going anywhere for an interview or anything, he takes money, cash along. As he's entering, he's giving the presenter, giving the staff, he's smiling with everybody. That's how he do it as an artist. Not that when you enter somewhere, everybody starts feeling stuff. Let them relax around you, because you are sharing. As an entertainer, you are sharing good times, good energy. So anywhere you step into, let people feel it. Do you get? That's how I see it.
Yeah. So let's move into the next. So as an artist, basically, what are the pitfalls that you should avoid if you want to get yourself signed? I know that some people, as much as they want to be indie artists and make it that way, some artists are also looking to be signed to big labels. So what are the pitfalls they should avoid to get themselves more visibility by these labels?
Okay, what I will say is, firstly, educate yourself about the business.
Yeah,
be enlightened about it. You have YouTube. Try and read about the business and acquire skills. As an in the next couple of years, we're up in the industry, whereby we have breakout yearly, right? But the numbers may not be as we used to be before because of cost, right? But we'll still have every year, and the stars that are already made, they continue to find their roads in much bigger regions or new regions, right? And I also say that back on the home front, so I think I believe that will be closing up the margin. We're not be able to meet up with the international shows, the number of international shows that those guys will be going out for, because those systems are already in place there and their structure is solid. But I think on the home front too, we will start doing, amazing shows that will also bring Nigerians out to enjoy their stars, because look at that show in Ibadan, right? Look at the love, look at the passion. They know the songs, they know the lingo, they know the slangs. The connection is deeper than when you're in the diaspora and you have like a lot of Nigerian in the diaspora. There are some certain things that you say, we in Nigeria we just get it because probably that is where it's trained at the time you created the song. So anytime you play that song or you perform that song, it takes you to that memory lane or that timeline. This is this slang and stuff like that. So I want to see it more. I love it because it's our song. We should enjoy it. We should benefit from it, right? So those are the things I see that in the next couple of years I want to see more of that. Those are my predictions.
Thank you so much, Didi Dami Fresh, for coming to the studios and giving us your own takes on the topic that we raised. I would like to also understand that after viewers watching this, they get to understand why the industry doesn't have as much big artists as we used to have them, and the path they need to take for them to gravitate towards breaking through as new artists in this modern market that we see ourselves. So that's all we have for today. And so this is where we come to the end of the show today. We thank our viewers for always tuning in to BD Extra. Keep watching BDTV on YouTube. Thank you for staying with us. See you next time. Goodbye.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories.
This is the Business Day TV news update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira strengthens against euro, settles at 1,606 per euro. Treasury bills auction hits 4.59 trillion naira, records 300% oversubscription. Tinubu launches National Halal Economy Strategy to tap $7.7 trillion global market. NNPC, Edo government to complete 10,000 BPD consolidate refinery in 36 months. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Norma Obona. The Naira strengthened against major European currencies during the week's fourth trading session, closing at 1,606 Naira per euro on Thursday, a modest rise from Wednesday's 1,644 Naira per 1 euro. The local currencies' recent periods of strength and appreciation against major currencies like the US dollar and the euro have been attributed to several factors, including improved foreign exchange inflows, fiscal reforms, trade surplus, and elevated foreign exchange external reserve positions. The Naira showed bullish momentum in 2026 after years of rapid devaluation driven by increased external buffers, with Nigeria's reserve reaching around $46.7 billion, providing the CBN greater capacity to defend the Naira and meet market demands. Market trends, however, show ongoing pressure from Naira bulls, which led to a noticeable easing. And moving on, Nigeria's treasury bills market recorded a surge in investor demand at its latest auction, with total subscriptions hitting 4.59 trillion naira, nearly 3 times the 1.15 trillion naira offered by the Debt Management Office. This development was revealed at the primary market auction conducted on Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. Despite the massive inflows, the DMA moderated borrowing by allotting 0.60 billion naira across 3 tenors of 91 days, 182 days, and 364-day bills. Investors demonstrated a strong preference for longer-dated instruments, particularly the 364-day bill, highlighting confidence in government securities as a safe and relatively high-yielding investment amid persistent liquidity in the market. Demand at the auction was heavily skewed toward the 364-day tenor, which attracted subscriptions of 4.40 trillion naira against an 800 billion naira offer. Still on, President Bola Tinubu on Thursday launched Nigeria's National Halal Economy Strategy, a policy initiative aimed at positioning the country to tap into $7.7 trillion global halal market and accelerate economic diversification. According to a statement from the presidency, Tinubu, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, unveiled the initiative at the presidential villa in Abuja. The policy is expected to add an estimated $1.5 billion to Nigeria's gross domestic product by 2027, as seen in the projections shared by the presidency. Speaking at the event, Vice President Shettima described the launch as a clear signal of Nigeria's readiness to compete in the fast-growing global halal economy, which has already been embraced by several leading economies. In his words, the strategy provides a defined roadmap for Nigeria's participation in the halal market, which spans sectors such as food and beverages, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, logistics, tourism, and finance. Coming up, NNPC, Edo government to complete 10,000 BPD condensate refinery in 36 months. These and more after this commercial break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng. and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
The Edo State government and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited have agreed to jointly develop a 10,000 barrels per day condensate refinery in the state, with completion targeted within 24 to 36 months. The development was revealed in a statement issued in Benin City on Thursday by Patrick Ebojele, Chief Press Secretary to Governor Monday Okpebolo. According to the state government, the proposed refinery will be located across Oredo and other local government areas and is expected to boost local refining capacity, improve food supply and strengthen Edo State's industrial base. The Edo State government says the refinery will play a key role in job creation, poverty reduction and energy security while aligning with the federal government's renewed hope agenda. And away from that story, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has warned that continued reliance on coastal logistics for distributing petrol could push pump prices to as high as 1,000 naira per litre if the additional costs are passed on to consumers. The warning was contained in a statement issued by the refinery on Thursday, where it outlined the cost implications of evacuating petroleum products via ships rather than pipelines or land-based infrastructure. According to the company, while marketers are free to choose their preferred evacuation method, coastal logistics comes with significant cost burdens that could undermine recent gains from local refining. The refinery says the issue has broader implications for fuel affordability, consumer welfare, and Nigeria's energy cost structure, particularly amid efforts to stabilize prices through increased domestic supply. And also, former managing director of the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, Robert Orisa, has been convicted and sentenced to a cumulative 490 years imprisonment for his role in a 2.4 billion naira bank fraud. Masiri, Justice of the Federal Capital Territory High Court, Abuja, delivered the judgment on Thursday, February 5th, 2026, after finding Oriya guilty on all 49 counts brought against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Oriya was first arraigned in 2021 by the EFCC on charges bordering on obtaining money from false pretenses, forgery, and advance fee fraud, offenses said to have been committed during his tenure as managing director of Nexim Bank. According to the prosecution, the offenses involved the fraudulent disbursement of loans amounting to 2.4 billion naira through false representations and forged documentation. And out and the local news, the Federal High Court in Abuja has directed the Nigerian Police Force and the Department of State Services to investigate alleged tampering with key evidence in a 10 billion naira fraud trial involving Ali Bello, Chief of Staff to Usman Odobo. The order was made on Thursday by James Omotosho after the court registrar Nasiru Unimisi Zubairu admitted to deleting WhatsApp messages from a mobile phone that had been tendered as evidence. Justice Omotosho revealed that the registrar told the courts he was approached by Daudu Suleiman, the second defendant, to erase messages contained in exhibits N and O using a code. The judge, however, played the registrar's recorded admission in open court, directing him to explain the circumstances. Coming up, Total Energies snaps up aggregate north of Mopone mega discovery in Namibia. We'll bring you these and more after this short break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
French major oil Total Energies has acquired a 42.5% operating interest in Namibia's PEL 104 exploration license as the firm expands its holdings of the southern African country, where it hopes to be the first to produce oil by the end of the decade. The license, acquired for an undisclosed sum from Maravilla Oil and Gas and 8 offshore investment holdings, lies to the north of its 150,000 barrels per day Venus development and the Mopone mega discovery, in which it acquired an operating 40% stake last year from Galp. Total Energy CEO Patrick Poyane earlier met with the Namibia's president and Galp's chairman to discuss the next steps in developing oil and gas assets in the country. Total reportedly hopes to take a final investment decision this year on Venus, while complex geology has pushed up costs. Also, South Africa announced on Friday that its trade minister had signed a framework economic partnership agreement on a visit to China, which it described as a step forward securing duty-free access to the Chinese market for South African exports. Africa's biggest economy is seeking to boost exports amid a tariff row with the United States, its second largest bilateral trading partner after China. U.S. President Donald Trump imposed a 30% tariff on South African exports to the U.S. in August, marking the highest rate in the sub-Saharan Africa. South Africa's Trade Ministry confirms in a statement that Minister Pax Tao and his Chinese counterpart Wang Wentao had signed a framework agreement on economic partnerships for shared prosperity. And now onto the foreign scene. Senior U.S. and Iranian officials are expected to meet in Oman for direct talks in the coming hours. amid a crisis that has raised fears of a military confrontation between the two countries. The discussions may come after a U.S. military buildup in the Middle East is in response to Iran's violent repression of nationwide anti-government protests last month, which reportedly killed thousands of people. Uncertainty over the location and scope had threatened to derail the talks, which are part of a diplomatic effort by regional mediators to de-escalate tensions. Both countries remain far apart in their positions, with hope that if successful, the discussions could lead to a framework for negotiations. And still on, Spain has become the latest European country to make plans to ban social media for children under the age of 16. The ban, which still needs parliamentary approval, is part of a raft of changes that include making company executives responsible for legal or illegal harmful content on their platforms. Australia became the world's first country to bring in a ban last year, with others watching and judging its success. France, Denmark and Austria have also announced that they are considering their own national age limits. Social media companies, however, argue that the bans would be ineffective, difficult to implement and could isolate vulnerable teenagers. We'll bring you the sports news after this break.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on B.
Now to sports. Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali has parted ways with South Africa club Chippa United, bringing an end to his 4-year stay with the Chile Boys, while positioning himself as a sought-after free agent in the African transfer market. The 29-year-old, part of Nigeria's squad that finished third at the 2025 South Africa Cup of Nations, requested permission to leave the club, which Chippa United approved, ending his spell with Geba. And despite signing a 3-year contract extension in 2024, Nwabali exercised his release option, a decision reflecting both player ambition and market strategy. Nwabali joined Chippa United from Castina United in 2022, establishing himself as one of the club's most reliable performers in the Betway Premiership. And now to end the news, Ademola Lookman announced his arrival in Atletico Madrid on emphatic fashion, scoring on his debut and providing an assist to help Diego Simeone's side cruise into the Copa del Rey semi-finals with a resounding victory over Real Betis on Thursday night. The Nigerian winger opened his goal-scoring account for his new club in the 37th minute, capping a dominant display that saw Atletico race into a 5-0 win at the Benito Villamarín. Atletico's commanding win booked them a place in the last 4 of the competition, where the joint holders Barcelona, 2024 winners,
Athletic Bilbao, and Real Sociedad. The goal also marked the 100th goal of his professional career and the third consecutive club at which he has scored on his debut, following earlier fast starts at RB Salzburg and Atlanta. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day TV midday bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Norma Ubuna. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Yeah, hello viewers, welcome to today's Business Day TV Match Center. It's been an interesting week and a lot of breaking news here and there. We're happy for our boy Ademola Lookman scoring on his debut for Atletico Madrid. But the biggest story happened yesterday when our own darling goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali, he has been with Chipas United for 4 seasons and he forced an exit and it was granted. So the question now here is that, okay, that decision for him leaving the South African League, Is it a good one for him or a wrong one for him? Looking at his age, he's 29 years old, and a lot of people feel that it's too big to play in the South African League. Others still argue that why don't you still play there? Why you look for other clubs? Now he's clubless. So what does it mean for him? What does it mean for the Super Eagles? What does it mean for his career? With me to discuss more on this thing is my regular host, Ibrahim Abubakar. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah, Inobong, how are you today?
Good to be here.
I'm sure you didn't see that coming when the story broke out about Nwabali. People thought he would have left about 2 years ago, and he didn't leave, and he stayed, and all of that. And he's saying that I'm leaving Chippers United. What does it mean for him? Is it a good call or is it a bad decision for him?
Well, yeah. Interestingly, it was. I was surprised when I saw the news yesterday. You know, let's be realistic. Let be frank. Nwabali is a top goalkeeper. He has proved it at the highest level of the Nation Cup. He's probably, if not the best or the second best in Africa for now.
Yes.
He did very well at the Nation Cup. A lot of people feel that should have been voted the best keeper. But he went to the Moroccan goalkeeper.
Yes.
So, you know, when it comes to goalkeeper getting that transfer to European League, especially when it comes to African goalkeeper, you know, goalkeeper like player can play for him till their later
years. Yes.
So, if you check out the history, how many African goalkeepers have actually played in top European League? Especially those ones that are not born there. The ones that are born here, a few of them.
Very few.
Yana was lucky to have, he had a breakthrough season in Imba. He was lucky he went to Israel from Israel.
He's not a top flight.
From Israel, he went to Lille, did very well in Lille for so many years. The Cameroonian goalkeeper, Onana played. Apart from Onana, we had the other one before. So there was one Cameroonian goalkeeper before Onana.
There's one at Spain too, like that.
That played in Spain for a very long time.
Yes.
So now we have Moroccan goalkeeper doing very well at Sevilla before he went to, I think it's in Saudi now. So offers for African goalkeeper don't really come like that. You know, these Europeans always have this sentiment when it comes to African players, especially goalkeepers. So he's a very top goalkeeper. I don't know what must have what must have give rise to that reason for him terminating his contract with Chippers United. But I believe if I'm right, probably he's looking for a better move outside. But I believe there are some in the coming days probably we'll be hearing the undercurrent that led to that decision. But if he's looking for a deal outside Europe, probably he feel that if he by a free agent will actually help him to facilitate a better move outside.
Ibrahim, Nwabali is 29 years old, and the transfer markets for Europe, I think the door is shut. So, what does it mean now? Is it that he'll be clubless now till another transfer window, or perhaps you leaving South African League to move to another South African club? People are saying that you can't move to Europe now because transfer market, the door has just been shut. So you forcing your exit from Chippers United. Because you can't stay with that club from now. It's deadly for his career. It's deadly for the national team. So he's likely going to move to another African country. For me, is that a progression for him?
Sorry, I think a free agent can also still sign for a club. A free agent.
So, as a free agent, you can go to any club even when
the window is shut.
And there are also other countries where players, when the conventional window is closed,
Turkey
room for
Russia,
yes.
Where players can go to and play. For me, I think the decision is not just the one that was made in a day. I feel like there's been some sort of progression towards that decision. If you look at his career, he's 29, like you said, he moved from Katsina to Chippers.
He has kept in Eyimba. He has spent many years in it. Yes.
And he's been with Chippers for 4 years. This is supposed to be his fourth season.
Yes.
And for him to tender that letter and for a club to agree to it, it means it's mutual. There's no bad blood. And before then, you could see clubs like Simba from Tanzania was calling for him. Orlando Pirates, Kaizer Chiefs, they also calling for his signature. So I feel at this point, with his age, what will be on his mind will be who's going to pay more.
Yeah, it's for the money now because it's
money
age.
now.
Yes.
Because if you talk about the passion, he's been there, done that. He's cool. He's keep for the Super Eagles, also played for Chipa United. Been there, done that. So I think on the African scene is probably, like you said, in one of the best on the continent. So getting a club on the continent wouldn't be a problem. My issue would be getting a club outside of the continent, unless there's been some sort of pre-agreement between him, his agent, and one other club that we've not heard about, and that's probably why he's trying to just leave now. Then when the opportunity comes, he moves.
Well, yeah, talking about, for me, if players force this kind of exit, I think I had a conversation with OBDK, and I said to him, I said, for him to have forced that move, there are likely to be a contract on the table for him.
Yeah.
Because himself in his message, he said, let's watch and see. He was like, maybe it's just for us, maybe hopefully in the coming days. Or maybe I feel that, yeah, he has spent too much, in South Africa. But I would be disappointed as a person. You quitting, yeah, maybe you might be right. 29 years old, he has won a lot for a year. So at this stage of his career, he's not looking for fame anymore. He's looking for money. So perhaps if he goes to any club in South Africa or Saudi, but me, I'm looking at him for Super Eagles. For now, he's our best goalkeeper now. We don't have another one. And for our best goalkeeper, we need him to be one, play regularly, go to a club where he can be guaranteed a steady, because at Chipa United, he's our top number one goalkeeper. And that has helped him grow and improve. So the question is that if he moves to another club, if he doesn't get a regular play, it's going to affect him and also affect the Super Eagles, because you can't rule out Nwabali's effort. The last Nations Cup, the other one too, his effort. So for me, is like when Lukman went to Atletico. Olise said one thing. He said it's good for Nigerian football because it's going to help his football career, and he also bring that to the national team, and we can get results. So if as it is now, is the next AFCON qualifiers will soon start. Which goalkeeper can we run to now? So he needs to move, and hopefully he moves to a club where it can be guaranteed. Because there are two things about moving. It could be make or man, but we don't know where he's going to. So our fingers are still.
I think goalkeepers get better as they are aging.
Yes.
He's 29. If you look at the whole of the some of the best goalkeepers in the world, they tend to perform better when they are towards their late 20s and early 30s.
Yes.
Goalkeepers can play up to even Dinosaur back then was played up to 42 years.
Yeah, goalkeeper can play 33, 34.
Some of his best save when playing for Man U, the Champions League, was
very good, yes.
So Walata left Man U at the age of 36 or 37 also, if I'm right. So look, check out the Premiership, check out history. Some of the best goalkeepers tend to do well at that peak. So I think he's just getting starting when it comes to his career now. He's 29. He's just, when you talk about, so he's going to his peak.
I read one comment. He said that person said 29 indeed.
That is. If you look at
I don't know.
African football,
I don't mean how move.
footballers, also South American to some extent. There is this discrimination about age, where we've seen we've seen players claim to be 15, 20, and we know in some cases they are older than this. Meanwhile, we've seen players too who are actually that age, but they look older, and they are not Africans. For example, you look at Ian Robben. Robben was looking older than his age. It happens in football where players turn out like that. We've seen a couple of players like that. Even Chicharito that played for Manchester United at some point, he was looking older than his age, and we saw his progression when he played for Manchester United. He was a very young man back then. So I don't want us to delve into that, to go into that. But for me, I think he had some sort of agreement behind closed door.
I would have made him
force that move.
Yes.
As a Nigerian, we all know if the second door is not open, we're not leaving the first one. And from what we could see publicly, there's nothing toxic about his relationship.
And because he had wanted to leave at a point before he now signed. Maybe it's part of the contract extension that okay, if we sign this, maybe there's an agreement. Somebody comes, okay, with this fee and all of that, mutual agreement.
So I believe he and his agent, they've sat down, they talked about it, and they see that move is the best for the future.
They've analyzed.
And for the Super Eagles, it's also a call to the Super Eagles to also look for replacement. Because in Chelsea at some point we had.
What is in Italy for me? You might be saying that.
If you to join the national team last AFCON.
See, maybe the other on that line. See, so the point I'm saying for you could be a challenge for you. If I'm the top goalkeeper for the national team and I'm playing South African League, and the other one who also my colleague or my teammate is playing in Italy, so that could also be a motivation for him. Yes,
I think there's a new guy that just been approved now by FIFA to play for Nigeria. Former Arsenal, Arsenal player like that. He's one of the best goalkeepers in the championship. He's championship. No, check his record. Check his record.
So again,
during the Nation Cup, FIFA just approved his season to play for Nigeria. He's a very good player.
But that one is for the future.
One of the best goalkeepers in the championship.
Like you said. Mwambali is 29, by let's say 30, give or take.
5 years.
Jack Robinson is 35. Then we have a young chap who is younger than 20.
But this guy is still there. This guy that's in Cyprus is also there. We can also look at it.
Who's name?
Who's the whole
friend? What is that? We shouldn't mention news at
this point in Mwambali's career. I'd say chasing the money is the right thing. Irrespective of if he's sitting on.
But me, I would love that if while chasing that money, he moved to there should be a career progression for him while also chasing the money. Because to be candid, Mwambala with his quality, he should be playing in Europe. There's no doubt about it.
What does he do? No, I just explained to you that African players getting contract in Europe does not come easy. How many of them?
Especially with African players.
Kameni was so good.
If you look at those African players, they easily move abroad. Not African player easily moves abroad. But when we talk about the West counterparts, is a problem.
So goalkeepers for free players may be easier, but for goalkeepers it does not come easy. And don't forget that you may not move. If you move, you can become a bench warmer.
That's my fear for
him. Sport is
that's my fear for him, because one, he needs to move to a club where he can guarantee a regular play. One, that will help him, and also help the national team.
I believe he was the captain in Chippa United. I believe he didn't just his agent and him knows what they are doing. They cannot just terminate contract without having a green light somewhere.
Okay, let's move on to the side talk. Let's talk about, I mentioned it earlier. Talking about transfers too. Lukman had the opportunity of joining. Fenerbahce too was there. Had the opportunity of linking with Osimhen. But he dumped the Turkish league and went to the Spanish league. Yeah. Turkey might pay a bit more in terms of what he collects and all of that. But he chose career. Yeah, he's 27 or thereabouts, or 28.
27
yeah, 28. But you saw that paid off yesterday in the Copa del Rey. And it shows that, yes, he is at the right place with his talent.
Obviously, I didn't expect less. With somebody like Lukman, he's probably one of the best players we have in Europe now, in Nigeria.
Yes.
Look at what he did in Nation Cup, one of the best, probably had the most assists in Nation Cup. And probably, if Nigeria had won that cup, probably would have been contention for the best player of the tournament. So, he going to Atletico Madrid, I wasn't surprised. I saw they said Fenerbahce was also, they wanted him to sign for them. But
they offered more.
Yeah, they offered more, but career-wise, it was any progressive player will probably pick Atletico Madrid for Fenerbahce. It's a good move for him, and he went straight. The coach played him immediately some days after he signed, and you could see what he did. He was able to deliver against Real Betis yesterday. I'm not surprised.
And look, did you watch the goal?
Yeah.
So what did you make of that goal?
Even before the goal, he had one or two couple of chances, to put the ball at the back of the net, but it didn't happen up until that goal. That goal shows class, moving one-on-one against two players, getting them done before scoring that goal. It was superb. It's something you probably see with players who had flair, players like Mercy, players like Hazard.
Lukman had that.
When he was younger and stuff like that. So he still have it, and you could see I feel like the decision to go to Atletico Madrid is the best in the sense that it might not be the best salary wise, but it's actually the best revenue wise.
Play good 2 seasons there, and you might be sure Real Madrid might be calling for you.
So
or top club in Premiership might be willing to pay to. Yes.
Because there you could see this is the type of club where you get seen a lot week in, week out. One, this is the club where deals come. You get more deals than if you go to Fenerbahce. You get your shoe deal, you get the shirt deal, you get the band wears on his head, you get a deal for that because they see you week in, week out. You'll be playing in Champions League. You are top 3 in La Liga, currently top 3.
Yes. It's a
just 10 points between Atletico Madrid and the first place team in La Liga.
10 points within
No, it's certain that you play Champions League. That one is a given.
You play in Champions League and you go further in the Champions League than if you play with Fenerbahce.
So my question is, with Lukman moving to Atletico, I think he's the second player there, but Nigerian player to play for Atletico. So for me, what does it mean? What motivation does that bring to other Super Eagles players? Look at Onyeka.
When the championship
I know, for me, I feel that that's
maybe was looking for.
No, because those kind of moves, because that kind of Onyeka is a top player.
I was surprised. I thought probably last season.
Although they are topping they're likely to play in the Premier League.
Last season it was Olo and Osborg. I thought probably would have.
Lukman's move to Atletico Madrid for me, I feel should be a motivation to other players that come. You have this talent.
Go for it.
You can don't be scared.
I don't know how we think as Nigerians when we move outside. If you look at the trajectory from like 2005 down to this very moment with Babayaru and the likes, maybe one of the players at the top level will be Mikel. Who's won the Champions League, won the Premier League.
And you didn't put the light when Kano then were playing.
Yeah. So then you see, since Mikel, who has been a player to do it, absolutely nobody in Europe.
Yes, our players have struggled to play.
So the closest we got was
Osimhen. Maybe at Napoli.
From Lille to Napoli. So then you see that trajectory. The move for Lukman to move to Atletico Madrid is a big one for the national team. It's a big one for Nigeria.
Yes.
It's a big one to the talent in Nigeria.
Yes.
Who can also aim to want to play in biggest clubs.
Look at Akko too. Akko is Sevilla too.
Don't forget. We should not forget the fact that European clubs find it a bit hesitant to sign African players.
Why?
Who will not tell me that Ocean deserve to play in the best of clubs? No. This is our African Nation Cup that we play often every 2 years or every year now. Most of this club feel that those days we used to have so many African players. But these days their policy towards African players
I beg to differ on it because if you look at the Premier League, let's look at the Premier League, and then you talk about Fulham. Fulham are taking Nigerian players.
Yes.
You look at Sunderland. Sunderland has at least 4 African players.
Yeah. They're not biased. They're not things they're looking out for.
I'm not saying.
You're talking about Osimhen. In terms of Osimhen in the last 4 years,
yes,
is the biggest football exploit
from Nigeria.
Yeah.
But let me tell you the truth. The other qualities that every manager looks at.
What are the qualities?
Talent is not everything. That's for me. I'm not trying to downgrade him. Fantastic player, everything. But let me tell you the honest truth. Attitude, discipline is key. Over the years, Osimhen has proved a lot of top managers will not want to work with those kind of attitude they see in Osimhen. Do you know? I feel that what sold that for Lukman, for me, you might not know. There's some coaches that pay attention. They might not work with the best talent, but they might want to work with the talent that is ready to learn and ready to play as a team. Look at what Lukman did at that AFCON. I told people, I said, come, that response is golden. Some coaches, and before the AFCON, there was nothing like Atletico coming on board. You understand?
Came on board just like
he was about to sign. If you check that kind of attitude, when you bring that kind of person to a team, he's not going to create chaos. Yeah. He's not going to.
I understand what you're saying. Let me
that Osimhen case you're talking about with his attitude, it will be difficult for a top flight club Osimhen is supposed to play for the biggest club in Europe.
Osimhen played Napoli. He was the best player in Italian league. So what scorer? How many he had issues when the club refused to sell him.
How many players? No, I don't want to leave.
He's the Fenerbahce now. How many have you had?
Fenerbahce, he had slapped with Fenerbahce fan. He had issues with Fenerbahce. He had issues with the latter.
I was calling on the opposition player to come and meet.
I watched the video now. Did you watch the video?
It happens. It happens. When Rooney was playing, Rooney had issues. When Vieira was playing, when King was playing, when King they had team. They had
this see. When Beckham was playing, attitude will not take you far.
Rooney is English and is playing in England. If Rooney were to go do that in Spain,
you know what it means?
Backlash.
Let's not begin to run our player down.
No, we are not trying to run our player now.
No, nobody's. See, I'm one person that if I write a lot of positives about Osimhen, I love it. He's a hungry player. He's a player who wants to win. He's a player who wants. I feel that he should get a good psychologist to help him.
I want to ask a question. So you have a club, or you are a manager, and you have a Lukman Osimhen to get. You must get one of these players, and you see Lukman, very good player, attitude-wise.
Even you have a team lead, so you know why with someone that want to disrupt the team.
This guy is not coming out to say it. He's keeping it to himself. He's being professional. And then you have Osimhen, top goal scorer, top player, but attitude-wise,
performance on the field.
Performance on the field will be
performance on the field. Yeah, no. Performance on the field is what I go for. This guy have delivered multiple times. He have delivered multiple times.
You know, Black Ops
it's not excessive. You don't have to tell him match.
I'm not going to that. Somebody who confronted his teammates.
You cannot compare
at a global tournament. Do you know what the AFCON? Cannot compare.
Balotelli attitude was excessive now.
So what did you say? I think that Balotelli was doing this was Osimhen utter or better than he was.
No. I'm not saying which, but
with his character, Balotelli was between AC Milan, Inter Milan, and
that's because he's African or this Western club, or which Western club, this Western club will refuse to sign.
Let's Osimhen and so not as for me. Osimhen is a fantastic player.
What I'm saying
Osimhen is an ambitious player.
This European
he wants to score. He wants to prove a point. But again, Cristiano Ronaldo is an ambitious player, just like Osimhen. But teamwork matters.
What I'm saying is that most of these European guys, they have what's so special about
example. Because give an example of this one player, and I will tell you.
You just mentioned 2 minutes to mention Balotelli.
I know it's an Osimhen guy. I'm an Osimhen guy, but the truth has to be put.
At the point, Balotelli could not play a game. It was
you cannot compare Osimhen with Balotelli. Osimhen has not done half of what Balotelli did. It's okay.
Let's 2 minutes. Let's look at it.
It was the best guy talking last season.
What do you want for him? We'll leave this studio. Let's just look at some of the big matches for the weekend. Manchester United, Tottenham. Your Carrick, I know you're a United fan. He has maybe 3 wins. So is it the person to?
I said it here that the problem of Man U was the coach, and the people were the. Look at now. That man is left. That team was not so bad.
So Tottenham is it a win for Man U?
Tottenham have been a very difficult opponent in the last few matches. Don't forget that in the Ferguson era, we used to defeat them like 5-0, 6-0.
So what about it?
It should be a very interesting match. But I see Carrick has been able to bring out the best in this player. They're now delivering. They're not playing with their potentials, and he's playing these guys where their natural position is.
Okay.
He has been able to.
Ibrahim,
Arsenal is playing at home, so Arsenal has been very woeful away from home. So I'll give it to Arsenal.
You give it to Arsenal. You agree with him?
Of course. I think Arsenal no voice has taken.
Let's look at Chelsea Wolves. Chelsea, their new manager is not doing badly. To be frank, he's not doing badly.
I think Wolves has been very well. Just like I did, they've been woeful since the beginning. I think they are at the bottom of the table, and more than 13 point behind avoid to avoid allegation. So the Wolf has nothing to do against you. I think Chelsea will take this one.
Wow, interesting. Time is not on our side. Each time we come to the show, we always battle with time. This is how far we can bring to you on Business Day TV, My Center. We hope you enjoy the show. Please watch, share, like, and comment. And for Mwabali, we wish you the best. We're happy for you. You are still our best goalkeeper, and we want the best for you. And for all our fans, see you next time. My name still remains Anthony Lebem. Ibrahim Abubakar, thank you for being on the show. Inabong,
thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheers. See you next week. Bye.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
To Reflections Nigeria, where we discuss current political, social, and economic issues in our country and sometimes even beyond our country, Nigeria. And today, we are going to look at two issues very quickly. And the first one is the position of Peter Obi, a former Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, where he, so to say, scolded Mr. President for always traveling out of the country and then, prioritizing event outside the country as against Nigeria, where we are having insecurity and other challenges in the country. And of course, we're also going to be looking at the delay in the, passing the electoral act amendment, which will actually guide the conduct of the 2027 election. Nigerians have expressed concern regarding especially the fact that the Senate is still not able to, pass this amendment that will actually help INEC to conduct a better election, better than what we saw in 2023. These are the two issues that we are going to be looking at today, gentlemen. You are welcome. So, as usual, we have in the studio the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agbomo, and of course, the assistant editor also here at Business Day, Mr. Chuka Uroko. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you for inviting us.
I'm not going to take much time doing an introduction. We know the two issues that we want to discuss, but let's start with Peter Obi. Peter Obi described January as a distressing January, and that while Nigerians were facing this distress back home, the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was prioritizing his trip outside the country. And then some people have said, look, Mr. Peter Obi is too hard on Mr. President. After all, Mr. President went outside the country to also push for issues in the interests of the country, looking for investment here and there. Zeb, let me have your take on this. Yeah. Was Peter Obi too hard on Mr. President?
Thank you. Before we say that someone was too hard or too soft, you know that they are politicians. Peter Obi is a politician, is on the opposition. And I don't think he should be clapping for Mr. President. At this point in time, he is saying what any opposition person will say. By the way, it's not only P2B that has said that. Other notable figures like Atiku Abubakar has always said that the frequent journeys of the president may have been costing the country a lot. And not only them, many Nigerians also have said that P2B was merely echoing what Nigerians who have no voice, in quotes, have been saying, that it will benefit the country better if the president has stayed at home to tend the domestic challenges that the country is battling with. Someone asked me, in fact, yesterday, and said, editor, we have been hearing about multilateral, bilateral agreements. Every time president goes out, you hear about multilateral. What actually are we getting from all these agreements that they have been signed? So many people have been asking such questions, but if you are not very close to the corridors of power, you may not know the benefits that are accruing from these journeys. That being part of it. Secondly, you know that the president had not traveled since October, if I'm not, when this heat from Trump started. The president shelved his trips up till this period. Yes. So, and don't forget, he has always gone out to seek one medical attention or the other. And having stayed so long in the country, in quote, for about 3 months, so I think he may have decided to use this opportunity to seek such this thing, attention outside the country. The president went to Turkey, and which also has continued to attract divergent comments. People wonder why Turkey, of all places. And we heard that he signed some forms of agreement there that also may bring something, may bring revenue to the country. The national chairman of APC, the Walter, told us that the present journeys had attracted 50 billion naira investment into the country. So I am not
naira or dollar.
I think dollar, $50 billion. Yes, into the country. P2B was just saying what he should say as an opposition, and also being someone who is in the know, who P2B knows a lot about what is going on more than majority of Nigerians. So he is eminently qualified to tell the president what you are doing is wrong at this time, because the country is not in a very good shape, and the country needed the attention of the president
and commander-in-chief.
So it will be sensitive on the part of a father or a husband to just leave a house when there is a crisis in the home, and just go out and say, okay, I'm going on a holiday, I'm going to do something that will benefit you, when he has not ended the challenges that are already at home. So that, I think it was from that standpoint that P2B made all the comments and all the comments he made in that regard.
Chuka, Zef says something that the president, sort of the journeys of Mr. President, every now and then has somewhat attracted, benefit, economic benefit to the country. And do you think that is it that the president is not communicating, or the presidency, or the president people have not communicated well enough to Nigerians to be able to see the benefits of these frequent trips abroad?
Oh, thank you, Josh, for the question. I think the idea of whether president's trips is of benefit to Nigeria or not is neither here nor there. And if there's anything the country is gaining from the president trips, he shouldn't take his party chairman to communicate to the country what that has done for us. If actually the trips have been yielding gains, people will see. One thing that government in Nigeria always fails to understand is that there are no leading animals. There are no leading children. There are 1,001 people who are better qualified to be president than Bola Tinubu. But it's just a game of chance, and maybe what they sometimes they call first among equals that put him there. So for his people to come and start telling us now that, oh, 50 billion naira is a lot of money, $1 billion is a lot of money. If you put it into building cottage industries, it will employ a good number of Nigerians. Even if you set up one hospital, so this is the proceed of the president's trips, the effect will be there because people will go there and get treated. If it is about schools, you see people's children. Those people are, the government doesn't even need to announce it. People's children will be in those schools. If you use it to establish markets, people's wives will be in those markets. So it's not rocket science to know that the president's trip has gotten us something. But again, one thing clear in Nigeria, whether you are talking about what comes back from president trips, or you are talking about money generated by government agencies, which run into trillions in some cases, like the case of Nigeria Customs or NPA, or other such agencies, those monies are never accounted for. They are not factored into anything Nigeria does. Everybody's eye is on the oil money. And the people in government know that Nigerians are not that Nigerians don't know, but each time they are competing budget, for instance, it's about how do benchmark the price of oil against whatever we're expecting and things like that. So even if the present trip generates money, it's not for Nigerians. There are people who know how such money is spent. We hear about money recovered from Abacha. Abacha salute. If it were in a more organized society, they use it to build schools. They use it to build hospitals that will impact on the people directly. Then people will know, oh, that our money that was taken away are now returned. This is what it is. Because that money that Abacha took away was supposed to be spent on something. Build road. And when they use president's trip's money to build road, Joshua, you don't need to be told that this road was built by, because you would drive through such a road. Come to a place like Lagos, even maintain the existing ones. If you have anywhere in the country where you have the worst state of roads, they are all federal roads. Most of the roads that are very bad, especially intercity roads, they are normally, of course, you come from the eastern, you are not from the west. You're also from the eastern side of maybe you're in the south. But for those of us who come from the east, when you travel once, that is where you hate being a Nigerian. Because the road on which you travel tells you that nothing is happening. Okay. So, for me, whether the trip brought money or it did not bring money, doesn't make any difference because it's never accounted for.
But I think the trip it's not as if the trip is expected to bring in money directly at the
investment. But if if the money is invested, if investment takes place anywhere, you will know.
Yeah.
If investment takes anywhere, people who bring in investment, they can come and invest in real estate. They can come invest in agriculture. They can come and invest in industries. And wherever this will happen, no matter how remote the place is, people, Nigerians, will know that something has happened.
By the way, why must our people continue traveling outside
to get investment?
Look for investors. If you are looking for investors, bring them here, stay here and call them and say,
come and see.
Very good environment
yes.
that can bet whatever investment you want to do. But the idea of just going out, we are going to look for investment, we are going to attract investors.
It's and
Nigeria
that people will. But if you see that even in state governments, let me just help you out. In some state government, let us take Enugu for instance. Investment is going to Enugu.
Serious.
Within the country. A typical example is Nike Lake Hotel, having acquired by a local investor. And there are so many other things like that in Enugu, just for the simple truth that this man has ensured the environment is enabling. Only.
Anyway, I agree with you really to the extent that you don't really need Nigerian, and particularly Mr. President, doesn't really need to go
and say I'm looking for them.
To say that we're going to look for investors. I think really there's really not much that I don't think there's anything that foreign investors do not really know about Nigeria. Just
today where you can just open your computer as that lady said, you see everything. Your phone, you know that the place to go is Nigeria.
Yeah. Once the world knows that
the
environment is available,
yes,
I think they will come.
The portfolio investors that come here come because of the short, brief thing they can just do and get away. Take for instance in real estate, there are foreign investors are there because they will come, develop, and sell and go away.
Take away their profit.
All right. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Let's we go on a very short break now, and when we return, we'll be discussing the delay in the passing the Electoral Act amendment. Okay, we go on a short break now. When we return, like I said, we'll be discussing the other issue that we have on the table today. But this still Reflections Nigeria, where we discuss issues, particularly current issues in our country, be they political, social, or economic. Zeb, we are looking at a situation where Nigerians are getting apprehensive about the fact that there's this delay in the passing of this Electoral Act amendment that will actually help the INEC to be able to conduct something that should be better than what we saw in 2023. Because there are in 2020 there were gaps in the 2023 election that people felt, look, I mean, we can do better than this, and this was what actually brought about the need to again take a look at that 2022 Electoral Act to be able to say, look, this and this and this and this are the things that we need to bring in. Maybe we need to take this out. But there's this delay, and this delay is raising some dust among stakeholders, political stakeholders, even civil society groups, and election observers everywhere. And so I want to ask you, what do you make up this delay?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's what I can call a deja vu. We are back to that same point. I think it's history on playback. We're at this point, the same point we are now in 2022. Don't forget that from 2015 to 2022, the former and the late president refused to sign the amended Electoral Act until late in 2022, when people had started agitating and threatening. CSOs were threatening to go on protest and all that before he was forced to sign what he signed. And it was almost getting late.
It was late. Yeah.
So we are at that same point, and the National Assembly is just pulling a wool over our eyes in the name of their commitment to amend and to pass the amended acts. They are promising Nigerians that before long we'll see, and we hope that this February they have to really pass it, because if they fail to pass it, it becomes almost late, because whatever copy they will pass will have to go to the executive also that will sign it into law. If there is any delay, it will also hamper or also, what can I do, affect the work of the Independent National Electoral Commission, because INEC will be waiting for that amended act to be able to fix the date
to plan that election
of the election. Don't forget that we don't have any timetable yet for that election that is expected to happen just a year from today, February next year. So a lot is being expected to happen at the National Assembly, and unfortunately the people I don't know the seriousness they are attaching to that important assignment they are supposed to deliver for Nigeria. So there are a number of areas, the direct transmission of results from the polling unit. So it's to reduce human contact.
To give you the constitutional backing. In view of what's happened
in view of what happened we don't want glitches again, and the beavers and all that, so that people would be sure that what the votes they are casting will count. Don't forget IRF and all that. So Nigerians are not really happy the way things are going on. So unless that amended act is signed into law, or whenever the National Assembly decides to pass it to the executive, except that is done, not many Nigerians will be interested in participating in the electoral process that will lead to the election in 2027 because of the ugly experience of 2023. So it's incumbent on the National Assembly to expedite action on that. Nigerians are getting impatient, and if nothing happens so soon, I won't be surprised if people will call out others for protest against the National Assembly leadership.
Okay, Chuka, why we hope that because of this, the House of Reps actually passed this in December 2025. So it is actually the delay. This delay actually is in the Senate, even though the Senate said that they are going to now have another committee where members of the House of Reps and then the senators will come together again to see and where they can harmonize. Why we hope they will be able to do this and indeed do it very soon. The delay in the first place, do you think this delay is being caused by institutional bottlenecks or maybe political interests?
I think the only thing that is not politicized in Nigeria is when you are eating. Apart from that, any other, especially activities around the economy, activities around politics itself, is politicized in Nigeria. Then after that, maybe other considerations will come in. Where do you belong, party affiliations, party loyalty, what party which is achieved with whatever is happening. So most of these things are playing out in the delay of passing this particular bill. And we have a Senate today that is almost an upstring of the president, the executive. Of course, the Senate president was bold enough to say that whatever the man wants, he will get. What the president wants from the Senate or from the National Assembly as a whole, he must get because he's a good president. So, if this thing is being delayed, everybody agrees and everybody believes that the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is a very astute politician. And he knows politics like you know the back of your hand. So there's no time at any point in time, anything that will help somebody, their success. The politicians achieve what they want to achieve. They will not politicize it. On which side of the divide are you? Because amongst them, don't think that they're idle. They are not idle. There are movements around the signing of the bill. Then people are arguing, people are asking questions, people are answering questions, people are, maybe things are even exchanging hands. Why do we have to do it that way? And then they do it in such a way that at the 11th hour, when pressure has garnered sufficiently, they sign it anyhow. I want to believe that the aim of the delay is to deny Nigerians
by time.
Yes, to scrutinize the thing that is packed at the end of the day. You may not have a sufficient time to start asking a lot of questions. Yeah. So if they pass it now 1 year to the election, it may not survive even, because a lot of criticisms, a lot of questions will be asked. And in a bid to prove that, we are democratic, we know we are a listening government, they may be compelled to make some changes, which they don't want to. So what is happening now is that the act is undergoing a lot of surgical operation. And when eventually the time is about to finish and people make a lot of noise, they pass it. They will know.
Okay, so, okay, because we don't have a lot of time, but people are also really concerned about the fact that, look, why do we have to do this every 4 years? Every time we're going to have election, we are meant. So why can't we take a holistic look at the Electoral Act, and especially if you recall the West report, that talk about how best we can conduct our election. Why can't we take all of those West report and then actually, make better things out of it than if this piecemeal, amendment every 4 years? I mean, it was a lot of money, because normally the members of the National Assembly will start going around the various geopolitical zones to say they are holding public hearing. They spend a lot of money, billions going into this thing. At the end of the day, so why do we have to do this every 4 years? Why can't we just take a holistic look at this and then
get it done?
Why those who canvass that, who have that opinion, may not be condemned or for saying what they say, because those opinions are also germane, because a lot of money is being spent on these
amendments.
things we are going to do. So, but don't forget also that there are new things that come evolving that you need to update the law. For instance, we've been talking about allowing Nigerians in diaspora to vote.
To vote.
That had not been accommodated. We're having also
inmates.
Prison inmates. This time also, I think they are giving them opportunity to do that. There are also people every year. People grow to the
age of voting.
So that need to be accommodated, and a lot of other things. So when you organize an election and you are likely to find out some defects, you have to amend that portion in order to accommodate and to correct that. That being the case. But what I have found in Nigeria is because we are not sincere people. The reason for this every year amendment is not genuine. It's just to allow people opportunity to insert things that are not
that will help them.
That will help them to run away with electoral malfeasance. So you have discovered that even after the late president signed the Electoral Act in 2022, the umpire itself bungle everything deliberately. So we are back to square one. People said in the name of glitches, they came up and they messed up the entire election.
The
But
process.
the provision was made there, the use of electronics, everything,
Was a
that
must.
for the first time, and that gave Nigerians the hope that something
Good was
different, that something good was in the offing. And that was why a good number of the youth that had never ever voted before elected to vote, and their hope was dashed. So, amending our electoral act every year, or every election cycle, may not be wrong on its own, but it is the idea behind it, or some of the shenanigans that people bring to bear on it, that is really the concern. So every Nigerian should always prevail on those who have these powers to amend these things, to be credible and to be sincere, because what they are toiling with is the future of the country and the future of the 230 million people. The country is not moving forward. The country, and now already sound of war battle, give goods,
to keep.
So these are the people who benefit from this flaws, and you expect them to do something
good
to check all those matters. So
all right. Thank you, gentlemen. I think Nigeria should mount pressure. I mean, because they are our representatives. We are the ones that voted
put them there
to that list. I think Nigeria should mount pressure on the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, to do the needful, because we cannot afford to have a flawed 2027 election. Democracy rests upon a credible election, and if you take credible election out, well, you're going to have going to have people who are not credible enough to provide qualitative leadership. And Nigerian this time around, we need people who can provide qualitative leadership. I think that's all we ask for. And so Nigerians, gentlemen, pressure on the National Assembly
to get this thing done.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is where we're going to
thank you for inviting us.
Nigeria today. Thank you for viewers for staying tuned. My name is Joshua Bass. Until we come next week, please keep watching Business Day Television.
Hello everyone, my name is Obiliko Kafo and you are welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odd podcast. Today we have a very special person, and he's one person who has taken his passion for making the world a better place, and he has made it electric. And you'll be just as amazed as I am of how he's been able to even though he was living abroad, he decided, let me come back home and do something that will not just impact the country, but also the continent. We have with us today Dr. Sam Faleye. And it's an honor and a privilege for us on Triumph Against All podcast to be with him. So just don't go anywhere. Let's get into this. It's nice to meet you. Honestly, it's an honor to meet you personally.
Thank you so much.
It's nice to have you on Triumph Against Odds podcast. Like I explained earlier, the podcast just focuses on, business people like yourselves talking about, your stories, how you're able to, despite all the issues, resilience has pushed you and made you to go far. So I'll just, rewind it back, take it back a bit, to understand a little bit about, your background and everything. So my first question is, how did your background as a physician and entrepreneur in the US prepare you for leading an electric vehicle company in Nigeria?
Well, thank you for thank you for the time. Basically, I think as a physician, a lot of the training is inbuilt in you to really be able to handle a lot of data, be able to have a lot of resilience, and the training is long, so you learn all these things. So a lot of physicians end up knowingly or unknowingly to themselves to be just natural entrepreneurs because a lot of training. But that is that. In my own case, I just have always been interested in science, engineering, and tech. In fact, I had a very hard time deciding whether I wanted to be an engineer or a doctor. But I did medicine, finished in '91, University of Ilorin, and I went to the US, specialized in internal medicine, and also now specialized in this relatively new field then called clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology in healthcare.
Yes.
So that's kind of my segue into tech, because a lot of people say, what's a doctor doing in this? That's just my own story, and that is kind of how, so I've always been in tech. And then I'm obviously getting involved in understanding renewables, loving the whole renewables idea, the need to save our planet, greenhouse gases, emissions, how that affects things. And so that's how I started getting involved in electric vehicle. I've been driving EVs since 2012. And the first one I drove, I said to myself, this thing is going to change the world.
True.
And, so I practiced for 5 years at that point.
Okay.
And I said, well, look, this is something I think is definitely going to work in Africa, because the climate story in Africa is not necessarily only about climate story. It's also how we are able to economically benefit from renewables. So that's how I got involved in it. So that's just my story.
You've called the African diaspora a key driver of the continent's future. What personal moment or realization sparked that belief for you?
Well, a few things. Interestingly, some of us ran out of Nigeria. You remember those days when they say Andrew is checking out. Okay, so some of us, we ran, because of the way things are. But when you really think about it, some very pivotal data. As at 2020, the IMF or World Bank released the data that every year $20 billion is remitted back to Nigeria by diaspora.
Wow.
Yes, and this is information that is actually well known. So, and if you look around, say even just the US, I'm not talking about the West, Germany, UK, all over Europe. In the US today, there's any university that gives a higher degree, PhD, masters, multiple Nigerian professors there. So this is not a strange or, so this is all talent.
Yes.
Now, time is right for that talent, as, some of this talent in the US are going through a tough time with immigration right now.
True.
And so, this is just raw talent ready for the country to benefit from. There's financial benefits. Can you imagine if for the last 10 years, you have removed that $20 billion from Nigeria's economy every year for 10 years? What difference would have been made? So Nigeria has a huge responsibility. And so that statement is coming from all of that. Not even talking about the engineers, lawyers, doctors, professors. So the Nigerian diaspora is very pivotal and this is not just Nigeria. I'm talking about the entire African subcontinent.
Subcontinent, of course.
Yeah.
So Building Africa's first all EV assembly plant couldn't have been smooth sailing. Can you share a moment when the dream nearly unraveled?
Well, look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges.
Okay.
Because if you do, it's going to end you in terms of your aspirations. You have to look at the opportunities. So in terms of our own situation, luckily we had the ability to privately fund this company. That was vital. So, and look, people talk about EVs.
Yes.
Worldwide, there's nothing innovative about electric vehicles. It's just we are now, we've been through a period slightly pre-COVID, after COVID, where we've gone through tremendous economic challenges, right?
True.
So if not for those, you would have seen electric vehicles here earlier. Right? So in spite of that, the people are adopting EVs, by the way, significantly.
True.
So having said that, it is clear that, we knew the fact that we were the first to really say, okay, look, we're going to be in automobile manufacturing. We are only going to do EVs, period. So we put all that egg in that basket, knowing that Nigerians were not buying EVs, knowing that in Nigeria there were 750,000 used cars, and every year, yes, and only 10% of those cars total are manufactured or assembled in Nigeria. And I'm not talking just cars, I'm talking trucks, Anamco, Innocent. So knowing that, but it made sense though. When you look at the data, there are certain things that now it's easy to pay attention to those things. Back then it was difficult to pay attention to those things. Number one, while Nigerians were paying 180 naira a liter, petrol was 1,200 naira a liter equivalent in Ghana, slightly more in Abidjan. So if you're also paying attention to World Bank data, you will see the way that Nigeria's economy was. Okay? And then you could see how much of Nigeria's gross domestic product was going into the fuel subsidy.
True.
So it was clear actually that the subsidy itself was preventing Nigeria from achieving some things. Forget about the political, just look at the... So the truth is that now it's easy to see. Back then, these things were already there. So we were coming in knowing that, okay, look, it's only a matter of time. The government will be so broke that they cannot pay this thing. So it was almost a waiting game, but we said, okay, while this is going on, let us go and start doing the work. So it took 5 years till we started manufacturing. It was not supposed to take that long. So you can say, what were the challenges? Yes, we were supposed to have started manufacturing November 2023. Of course, a lot of challenges also came with the new administration, just how import licenses worked, the way tariffs worked, the way this was a new government. So a lot of things were different. That also caused part of and then the fact that the government had pivoted to CNG. It's not that they weren't supporting EV, but the CNG was seen as a more direct path to at least bringing the cost down. So but again, the ease of doing business in Nigeria is tough, but all of these things we already put in. We came to do this. So it's like you give yourself no options to fail, but a lot of times when you go into, it doesn't matter. We were dogged. We said whatever it is, but of all those things, at least we had the funds to fund this. If not for that, I think, yes,
because the budget, has changed a few times. But yeah, but again, you have two options. Anytime you have a plan, you have two options. You can choose to look at the negatives, or you can choose to look at the positives. The one thing looking at the negatives will do for you is it will discourage you, it will weaken you, it will change your resolve. That definitely will happen. If you look at the positives, then you have, you're optimistic. You say, okay, if we can get to this next point, let's get to this next point. Yeah, so yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier. Yes, so that's just our own story. I'm not going to say things haven't happened, but look, you just have to, if you want to do something, I know certain percentage of situations would fail, but at least we were, some of the percentage that at least we'll be able to achieve, some people will succeed. So so that's just our own story. I'm not saying there are no challenges. There are many challenges. The economy, I'm sure you understand what the economy was 3 years ago, tough. Somehow people are maybe beginning to get optimistic.
Optimistic. Yeah.
There is some optimism. Diaspora people are coming in to do things. The Nigerians themselves are not losing hope and doing things. That is Nigerians who are domiciled here. And again, I have a favorite saying, follow the money.
Follow the money. Yeah.
Always follow the money. By the time venture capitalists say they are investing more in Africa, okay. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, by the time the government is encouraging, the government is spending in some positive manners, they are developing infrastructure. I just read where the Muritala Mohammed International Airport is going to get a massive, which is overdue. This country is only going to develop economically.
True.
So I think economically the country has reached a nadir. And, they say sometimes the only option is to go up.
Is to go up.
Okay. So, yeah. So, the challenges are there. But so it's a difficult environment to do business, but the government is also working to do things. You just have to, go and work, and then, the things happen. We did not wait for things to happen. We just, even the road to our factory, we tarred by ourselves.
Yeah, very true.
So, but okay. What if we decided to wait? We'll still be waiting now. Yeah.
So then, still be talking from the beginning. What is one belief, now that you think about it, now that you reflect, what was one belief that you had at the beginning when you started Saglev that you had to either unlearn or evolve?
That's a very interesting question. But what is also interesting is when you are abroad, you hear a lot of very discouraging news that is not true. Okay. People will say, Nigeria, you have to pay 10 million bribe, or you have to, honestly, people might say, it's because we are bringing this innovation. Everybody wants to be that. But nobody has asked us for bribe in 5 years. What we have done is we make them understand this is what we want to do. Then they buy into it and they say, okay, look, at the end of the day, I don't know of any Nigerian out there that wants Nigeria to take steps back. So maybe other people have a different story, but I'm telling you, but this is what we have. So yes, we have not seen the kind of things. Now, is there corruption? There's corruption in the United States. Terrible corruption.
There's corruption everywhere.
There's legalized corruption actually in the United States. So again, that's one of the things. Security. Security is tough, but honestly speaking, our experience has not been, I'm not saying you should not be security conscious, but at the same time, there are very little things you do that you would do if you were in New York. Well, why should you not do it in Lagos? Should you be spraying millions of naira at a party, and then you now go to, and if somebody comes after you because they believe there's just some common wisdom, should you be out every day at 3 a.m. at parties? So all I'm saying is that the security situation is overblown. Okay? Look, there are as many people succeeding in Nigeria daily. That's just things that, okay. So why is it that we are so eager to push the negative narrative? And I'm talking to diaspora people. Why don't you come to Nigeria, come and look? And look, part of it is I see people in diaspora that say, I'm going to Nigeria and I want to make it in 1 year. Where does that happen? Come here, study, learn, understand, make your plan, then execute. Sure. So again, people come and say, the things are going to happen to you because you don't even have you're not equipped with the appropriate, So again, a lot of things are learned, but some of the data that I like to show is very stark data that we don't automatically think about it. One example, 1 out of 5 black people worldwide are Nigerians.
Yes.
Do you know that? Okay. 1 out of 4 Africans are Nigerians, approximately. Okay. Now, if you take the whole of America and say how many Americans are criminals, I don't know what the percentage, but that have been convicted of a crime. Let us say 2%, 3%, right? So take 220 million Nigerians and take 2% of that. I don't know, let's not do too much math. You are going to find every society has, so you can choose to look at whatever percentages are criminals, or you can also choose to look at whatever percentage of those Nigerians are professors of medicine. Now, we know these Nigerians are some of the top educated immigrants into the United States. Yes. Do you know this?
Yes.
Okay. Look at medical doctors. Look at professors of engineering, science, there are NASA engineers who are Nigerians. Okay. Now, think about it. Why are we focusing on, when you are focusing on the bad news, focus on the good news at the same time. And I'm not talking about Nigerians or that. I'm talking about the whole world. So I think there's a little bit of unfairness there. While you're talking about the people doing fraud, talk about the success stories. So because when you're abroad, you start buying into these narratives. True. And I have to tell you, I was one of those. I was so panicked for many years about coming back. And yes, there is the right time for everything. And when my own time came, but at the same time, I asked myself, we have to be careful what you buy in. All I'm telling diaspora people is, during December time, buy your tickets. There is plenty of short stay. Get your Airbnb. If you feel you need security, get security. Come and look. And then, if you look and you find out it's not for you, okay, go back. But your family here, help them to invest in the EV ecosystem. Help them to invest in, contribute. It's not all diaspora people that will come back. But, let's not perpetuate this story because it's an unfair story. And I think the government, I'm not going to tell the government what to do, but I think we should be running CNN adverts, GSTV, Europe, Sky News. We should be running adverts saying, this is not true. This is what Nigerians are doing. So, all I'm saying is, but again, that's just my own lessons. So the story on the ground is very often different. Very much often different.
So how did you design Saglev to be resilient and be able to, you see all the challenges, but you are still able to build a company that is able to, scale through whatever is in front of you?
So we are still a new company. We've just actually started operations in terms of assembling. So that is, the answer is to be determined. Are we resilient? Are we, to be determined? We shall see. We can do all our best to be very frugal. Don't overdo things. Every program we have a pilot program, and then proof of concept, then we do it in all our lines of business, ride hailing, fleets, mass transit, private market. We adopt that model, we learn, and then we reiterate, and yes, so to be determined. You ask a question that is very much TBD, to be my things, so yeah, that's what I do. What else do I do? Yeah, I like to, go around, see what's happening, even take a walk. Those are the kind of things they say, oh, that's too nerdy. You know what a nerd is? But look, don't forget, when you're a doctor, you've only done few things. There is go to school, and you have not done so many other things, and that becomes your life. Right? I am much happier pursuing an academic endeavor than, it's just what I know how to do, and that's what so for me, that is it. It's, so, the average person might say, oh my God, that's so boring. Okay, it's just what I know how to do.
Okay, so on a final note, and this question for me is a question that packs a lot of things, but it's a very simple question. What do you wish someone had told you before entering into EVs? Something that might have saved you time, money, or peace of mind.
Oh, wow. What do I wish somebody... wow. I think... So two things come to mind. First of all, is the level of interest of people to invest in something that has not been proven. Now everybody wants to jump into investing in this company, right? But we did not think we would have to completely fund this company by ourselves. We thought, oh, we'll get investment from here and here. So if somebody had told me that, listen, because venture capitalists want to make money, the pathway to... So that is one aspect. The other aspect is, if somebody had told me we needed to do more work on funding buyers of lower level EVs, the ride hailing, because those are the EVs that are making an impact. Look, if somebody is buying a 200 million naira EV, they have options. So that particular EV itself is not really, that's a choice. That person can buy a G-Wagon and be driving it everywhere. But if you are able to fund somebody with a 27 million EV, that EV is much more impactful. So therefore, those EVs in those lower segments, we probably should have planned to get more funding early on. Now, having said that, realizing that has also allowed us to partner. There are a lot of banks who are now saying, oh, okay, look, we definitely need to fund this because there's a lot of business opportunity. Sure. Yeah, those are the two things. The fact that, funding, and then, look, now people see the pathway, right? It's obvious now. 5 years ago, I don't know of any VC that would have been interested. So that's why we ourselves, we just said, look, we're going to fund this company ourselves. Let's just go and start work. Yeah. So I think the reluctance of, look, people who are venture capitalists want to see, at that time it wasn't obvious, but now I think a lot of people are willing to invest in the EV ecosystem. Okay. As opposed to prior. Okay. All right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much for having me.
Having us here, and thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Sure, thank you.
We are happy to have you, and we look forward to seeing how we can
We should
continue
have more
collaborating.
conversations.
More
Particularly
conversations.
where you guys come in is how to educate the population.
Very true.
There's a lot people assume about EVs that it's just not true.
Not true.
Yeah.
I totally agree. So let's see how we can keep this conversation going.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So that was it, folks. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Triumph Against Odds. Like we always say here at Triumph Against Odds, stay resilient and have a blessed week. Thank you.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And this is a Business Day TV news update, featuring live from our studio here in Lagos. Coming up, capital gains tax jumps 429% to 12.18 billion naira. And CIBN louds Abia governor over 10% GDP growth, poverty reduction. 2026 budget, federal government votes 12.18 million naira to access 7,841 idle industries. And UAC of Nigeria leases 54.03 billion naira bond on FMDQ exchange platform. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. Capital gains tax revenue in Nigeria surged by 429% in December 2025, rising to 12.18 billion naira from 2.30 billion naira in November, as investors rushed to close asset transactions ahead of tax reforms. Data from the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee showed that the sharp jump added 9.88 billion naira, making capital gains tax one of the fastest growing non-oil revenue lines at year end. The spike helped lift Nigeria's non-oil revenue in December to 686.66 billion naira, up from 557.16 billion naira in November, alongside strong growth in company income tax, import duties, and stamp duties. Value-added tax remained the biggest contributor, jumping to 913.96 billion naira, while total government revenue rose sharply to 1.76 trillion naira from 1.17 trillion naira in the previous month. Analysts say the surge reflects market reaction to new tax rules that raised the capital gains tax rates for large companies from 10% to 30%, aligning it with the company income tax. And moving on, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria has commended Abia State Governor Alex Oti for what he described as notable economic progress recorded under his administration. President and Chairman of the CIBN Council, Professor Pius Olarewaju, said Abia State had achieved key economic milestones, including a 10% increase in GDP, an 8% reduction in poverty, the attraction of new investment, and the creation of over 10,000 jobs, while also praising improvements in healthcare, education, road infrastructure, and security. Olarewaju called for deeper collaboration between the CIBN and the Abia State government in areas such as financial literacy, financial inclusion, and infrastructure development. Responding, Governor Oti reaffirmed his commitment to sustainable development, stronger partnership with the CIBN, and pledged continued collaboration to deepen financial literacy and economic empowerment in the state. Still on, the federal government has set aside 12.18 million naira in the 2026 budget to conduct a nationwide survey of 7,841 moribund industries. The allocation, captured under the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, comes amid concerns that years of government ownership have left thousands of firms idle, weakening Nigeria's industrial base. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria argues that the government should exit industrial operations entirely, insisting that privatization and private sector-led revival offer the only realistic path to productivity. The debate has also refocused attention on Ajaokuta Steel, one of Nigeria's most expensive industrial failures, as the 2026 budget allocates 7.89 billion naira to Ajaokuta and related companies, with the projects generated zero revenue. And small-scale manufacturers warn that without a clear privatization and reform strategy, Nigeria risks continuing to waste scarce resources on unproductive assets. And coming up, UAC of Nigeria leased 54.03 billion naira bond on FMDQ exchange platform. This and more after this commercial break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news updates. FMDQ Securities Exchange Limited has approved the listing of UAC of Nigeria's PLC 54.03 billion naira Series 1 7-year fixed-rate bond under its 150 billion naira issuance program, following approval by the Exchange Listings and Markets Committee in Nigeria. UAC of Nigeria, a century-old diversified conglomerate, operates across food and beverages, real estate, logistics, and quick service restaurants, and is raising long-term capital through the regulated debt market. Proceeds from the 17.35% bond will be used to refinance existing obligations, fund capital expenditure, and strengthen working capital, supporting efficiency and expansion across UACN's businesses. The issuance was sponsored by Stanbic IBTC Capital as lead sponsor, alongside Chapel Hill Denham, FCMB Capital Markets, and Quantum Zenith. UACN says the deal reflects investor confidence and will support growth, including its recent acquisition of Chi Limited. And away from that story, Nigerian Aviation Handling Company has reported strong financial results for the year ended December 31st, 2025, with profit rising by almost 40%, according to unaudited figures released on the Nigerian exchange. The Aviation Services Group recorded net profit of nearly 8 billion naira, up from about 12.9 billion a year earlier, driven by revenue growth, improved efficiency, and tight cost control across its operations. Revenue rose by almost 22% to 65.2 billion naira, while operating profit climbed 25%. Earnings per share jumped to 9 naira 24 kobo, and shareholders' funds rose 32%, reflecting stronger retained earnings. And Group Managing Director Olumuyiwa Olumekun says sustained investment in technology, equipment, and human capital is delivering results, positioning NACO to support Nigeria's economic growth while maintaining market leadership and attractive return for shareholders. And also, the Edo State government and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited have agreed to jointly develop a 10,000 barrels per day condensate refinery in the state, with completion targeted within 24 to 36 months. The development was revealed in a statement issued in Benin City on Thursday by Patrick Ebojele, Chief Press Secretary to Governor Monday Okwebolo. According to the state government, the proposed refinery will be located across Oredo and Orimo local government areas and is expected to boost local refining capacity, improve fuel supply, and strengthen Edo State industrial base. The Edo State government says the refinery will play a key role in job creation, poverty reduction, and energy security, while aligning with the federal government's renewed hope agenda. And to end the local news, Nigeria's federal government has been urged to invest urgently in clean energy to tackle rising unemployment, health risk, and environmental damage. The call was made in River State by Tony Eko, founder of the Collective Initiative, marking the International Day of Clean Energy. Cole described clean energy as a governance and security issue, announcing the launch of a clean energy access and transition platform across River State. In his words, the initiative will provide clean or hybrid power to over 230,000 households, schools, clinics and businesses, covering 23 local government areas and 319 wards. The founder added that the program reportedly targets 10,000 green jobs, support for 23,000 small businesses, and cleaner healthcare, lighting, and water systems, adding that Nigeria's energy transition must be inclusive, community-driven, and rooted in everyday realities. And coming up, South Africa takes steps towards trade deal with China. This and more after the short break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. We now head to the African scene, where South Africa is taking a major step towards expanding its export footprint in China after Trade Minister Pak Stau signed a new framework economic partnership agreement. The deal is aimed at securing duty-free access for South African goods into the Chinese market, offering relief as Pretoria navigates a trade dispute with the United States. The move comes as South Africa looks to diversify its export market after the U.S. imposed a 30% tariff on South African exports in August, threatening access to its second largest trading partner after China. According to South Africa's Trade Ministry, the agreement signed with China's Commerce Minister Wang Wentao will be followed by an early harvest agreement by March 2026, paving the way for zero tariff treatment on South Africa's export. And the government says deeper trade ties with China could open up new opportunities, particularly for mining and agriculture, industrial export, while safeguards will be built into the agreement to protect South Africa's local industries. And also, the South African rand firmed in volatile early trade on Friday, gaining about 0.6% to 16.2175 per dollar at 0745 GMT, even as the US dollar headed for its strongest weekly performance since November. Treasury specialist at Umkhulu Treasury, Adam Phillips, says the rand was sitting at a key resistant level and remained prone to swings as a high beta emerging market currency. Supporting sentiment, central bank's data showed South Africa's net foreign reserves rose 74.88 billion US dollars at the end of January from 71.14 billion US dollars in December, strengthening the country's external buffer. On the equity and bond markets, the top 40 index slipped 0.2% in early trades, while the South African 2035 government bond weakened, with the yield rising 1.5 basis point to 8.095%. We now head to the foreign scene. Saudi Arabia is quietly easing its long-standing alcohol ban, allowing wealthy non-Muslim foreign residents to buy alcohol from a tightly controlled store in Riyadh ahead of broader tourism reforms. The outlet inside the diplomatic Qatar opened in early 2024 for diplomats, only with access expanding to premium residents by late 2025, while expatriates earn at least 50,000 riyals a month. Now, officials said the move as part of Vision 2030 as oil revenues soften, with the kingdom targeting 70 million foreign tourists a year, competing with Dubai and Doha for investors and global talent. With Saudi Arabia hosting the 2034 World Cup, analysts expect a Qatar-style model, limited venue, strict control, gradual change as Riyadh tests social limits while shaping its global image before fans and sponsors arrive worldwide soon. And Amazon has announced a $200 billion investment in artificial intelligence and infrastructure, revealing the plan on Thursday as it released full-year results in the United States. The spending dwarfs the $125 billion spent last year and rattled investors, pushing shares down more than 11% after hours as the company said funds will go into AI, chips, robotics, and satellites. Chief Executive Andy Jassy said AI will reinvent customer experiences and become profitable, while Finance Chief Brian Wolesvesky flagged cost cuts elsewhere after 14,000 jobs went in October and another 16,000 last week. Elsewhere, Meta, Google, and Microsoft plan spending this year, and Amazon totaling $650 billion, with Meta at $135 billion, Google $185 billion, Microsoft over $72 billion, amid bubbly warning as S&P fell. We bring you the sport news after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. We now head to the sports scene where Premier League's clubs set a new record in the 2025-2026 summer transfer window, spending approximately £3.1 billion, driven by massive investments from top clubs. Liverpool led with over £440 million in spending, while Arsenal, Chelsea and Manchester United also made significant investments, with the summer seeking record-breaking outgoings of over £1.8 billion. Using data aggregated from Transform Market, the listing ranks current Premier League clubs by combined net transfer spending of over £4.6 billion from the summer of 2021 to 2026. Manchester United topped the list as the Premier League's biggest net spender over the last 5 seasons, and the Red Devils have consistently splashed cash in the transfer market, yet their heavy investment has rarely been balanced by significant income from player sales. And to end the news, Diego Simone has hailed the different qualities of Ademola Lookman after the Nigerian international marked his Atletico Madrid debut with a stunning strike. The former Atlanta star joined the Spanish giants in the final days of the January window and wasted no time making an impact during a 5-0 rout of Real Betis. Atletico secured their passage into the Copa del Rey semi-finals in emphatic fashion on Thursday evening, dismantling Real Betis 5-0. While the scoreline suggests total dominance, the headline story was the immediate impact of new signing Ademola Lookman, who arrived in the Spanish capital just days ago in a high-profile deadline day move from Atalanta. The 28-year-old was introduced as a second-half substitute to rapturous reception from the home crowd. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news updates this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you...
Good afternoon, and you're welcome to Behind the Headline, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. We also move past what happened to explore why it happened, what it means, and what comes next. I am Deborah Eze. Conversations we're going to be centering on this afternoon are farmers caught production as losses pile, and also we're going to be looking at telecom giants chase data as subscribers growth plateaus. Do stay with us as we go behind the headlines. Welcome back to Behind the Headlines. Farmers across the country are cutting back on production as rising costs, poor yields, and weak market prices continue to eat into their profit. With losses piling up, many say staying in business is becoming increasingly difficult. And joining us to have this conversation is Shola Jaisimi. She's the Agri and Environment journalist here at Business Day. Hello, Faye. It's good to have you on Behind the Headlines.
Thank you so much, Debbie. Good afternoon.
All right. So speak to us about the biggest drivers of this farmer losses. Are we talking cost inflation, insecurity? Speak to us about it.
So the biggest driver of why farmers are cutting back on farming and just cutting back on the hectares that they are going to be producing in 2026 is input costs. Input costs last year surged by fertilizer surged by more than 100%, NPK 1515 surged by 100%, and so farmers could not get the investment, that the money they put into their production, they couldn't get it back. And again, importation, because of the imports window that was opened, the 150 import window that the federal government opened in July 2024 but did not kick off until January 2025, it's allowed importation of grains like rice, maize, and some commodities like that. So it became cheaper for consumers to buy imported commodities as opposed to local production. And so the farmers ran at a loss because nobody was buying their commodities. There was no aggregators, processors buying it. Consumers were not buying it because it was cheaper to buy imported rice than buying local rice. And so some of these issues were what led to this decision that we see today.
So speak to us about how reduced food production can eat directly into the households and also cause, household hunger and food inflation.
Yeah, when food production reduces, of course, it means that food circulation declines. And when food circulation declines, it means that prices of commodities become expensive, because what makes food prices come down is because of excess circulation in the market. But when farmers decide that, oh, they're not going to farm, they're going to cut back, and then food production declines, it means that we might start to see food prices surge in the market. What we used to get, bag of rice, for instance, is likely to surge because farmers have said that a lot of farmers have said they are not going to farm rice this year. And so what that means for us as consumers, it means that prices of food commodities are going to surge, and the respite that Nigerians have seen in the last 6-7 months might not be what we might begin to see a reverse in it. Right. Yes.
Okay, so do you think these government interventions are not reaching the farmers, and why do you think? Do you think because there is structural gaps, that's why they're not getting the subsidies, or monies are supposed to be allocated to them?
Yeah, I think the last time I was here, I mentioned about how there was a data gap, and how we see that some of the people who are supposed to get some of the interventions that the federal government, just puts out, does not get to the right people, because federal government themselves sometimes will find that they do not even know who smallholder farmers are. And so there's that gap, there's the data gap. Then there's also a gap that for farmers who do not belong to farming associations, they sometimes do not get benefit from some of the interventions of the federal government. For instance, if the federal government wanted to subsidize fertilizers, they go to farming associations, they look for associations, cooperatives, and then they focus their attentions on those kind of bodies. And so we realize that sometimes farmers who do not belong to those kind of associations are usually, sidelined from some of these interventions. So yeah, those are some of the challenges that we see.
So when we started, you spoke about briefly about post-harvest losses.
Yes.
Now, speak to us about how post-harvest losses and also poor storage, what role they play in discouraging these farmers.
Here we have, as a nation, we have a huge storage deficiency. We do not have, there are not so many storage facilities, first of all. And in fact, one of the issues that we saw in 2025, and why we see that a lot of farmers are saying they are not going to farm in 2026, is because there was no storage facility to accommodate some of the productions of local farmers. We don't have, as a nation, our storage facilities is in limbo, is not, it's not efficient. In fact, I know that for some of the farmers who are able to afford storage facilities, you have to be rich. I know a lot of farmers are rich, so farmers just make do with what they have, and again is why they ran into losses, because they were rushing to sell their commodities at a lower price because they did not have where to store it. And so we have a storage deficiency that is affecting farmers, and it's also again the reason why we see that farmers have decided that they want to cut back. In fact, a farmer told me when I was interviewing for this story that if the government had some form of partnership with farmers to say that, oh, because we are importing, so when you produce and there's no market, how about we take it from you, like some form of aggregator, like let the federal government act like an aggregator, and so buy it from them. But we didn't have this kind of this opportunity or medium was not put in place, again because our storage facilities are not very efficient, and so it causes a lot of it leads to post-harvest losses, and it leads to financial losses for farmers.
So with all these challenges that you've mentioned, is it safe to say that good pricing, offtake agreements can help these farmers?
Very absolutely. All right. Absolutely.
All right.
Yes.
So if this continues, what is like the long-term implication for Nigeria?
If this situation continues, what the long term means is that food inflation, we've been seeing decline in food inflation. Today, as of December 2025, food inflation was 10.84. But if farmers decide that they are not going to farm and prices of food begins to surge, it means that headline inflation itself will spike and food inflation will spike. Because if food prices begin to surge, invariably it means that food inflation will spike. And if food inflation spikes, headline inflation is also likely to spike, because food inflation is the major driver of headline inflation. And so if we see that farmers take their words and just do this thing that they are saying they are going to do in a larger quantity, if a lot of farmers say, oh, now some of them have said we don't know the population or the quantity that have decided that they are not even going to farm, but if they decide to go ahead with this, it means that in the coming months, say May, June, July, we might begin to see a spike in food inflation and a spike in headline inflation.
Thank you so much, Faye, for your time.
Thank you so much.
And of course, we're on to Faye Shola Jaisimi. She's the Agri and Environment Journalist here at Business Day. After the break, our focus will be centering on telecom giants chase data as subscriber growth plateaus. To stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do.
Welcome back. You're still watching Behind the Headline. As Nigeria's telecom subscriber growth slows, operators are pivoting to data-driven revenues. And what does this strategic shift mean for pricing, investment, competition, and consumers in a cost-pressured digital economy? Joining me is Royal Ibe, the writer of the story and the head of Business Day's IT. Good afternoon, Royal. It's good to have you on Behind the Headline.
Good afternoon.
Speak to us about the key indicators that show that subscribers growth in Nigeria's telecom market is reaching saturation.
So one clear sign is the teledensity. Teledensity means how many active phone lines exist compared to the population. So when teledensity is, like for instance, above 80%, It means that for every 100 Nigerians, there are more than 80 active SIM cards. So what this means is that many people already have one or even two lines, right? So subscriber numbers are still growing, no doubt about that, but only slightly. So that shows most people who want a SIM already have one. So the market is maturing. That's what it means.
All right, so why has data become the primary growth engine for, the telecom operators at this stage of the market?
Yeah, so data has become the primary growth in that people are using their phones differently now. You agree with me, maybe 10 years ago, all you needed to do with your phone is just to make calls. But things have changed. Nigerians stream videos, they use social media, they make online payments, they work remotely and attend online classes. So even if new subscribers are not increasing fast, that data usage is rising very quickly, and that is where growth is coming from.
Operation cost and also forex pressures shaping the telco's data pricing and the investment decisions.
Yeah, telecom equipment is mostly imported and paid in dollars. We don't have any company in Nigeria as of today that can produce the equipment that telcos need, right? So with the naira under pressure and energy costs rising, operators are spending much more to run and expand their networks. This affects how data is priced and pushed. And this also pushes companies to invest more in efficient infrastructure like fiber, 4G, 5G, and data center.
The shift to data-led revenues risks making the telco in services less affordable for average consumers.
So, I mean, before the operators agreed to increase the tariff, that is data and core tariff by 50%, it took them 10 years. So there are rules, right? There are rules that they need to follow before there could be any kind of increase in prices of data or core services. So I don't think that this data-led revenue leads to like less affordable data or core services. No, Nigerians would be able to afford this core and data service because we have a regulator, as Nigeria Communications Commission, in place to ensure that while they increased the tariff last year by 50%, they are at the neck of the operators to ensure that they provide services, affordable services, right, to all Nigerians, so that all Nigerians will be connected.
All right, so do you think that the Nigeria's networks and infrastructure will be able to handle surging data demands sustainably?
Yeah, but the network is, of course, the networks, they are improving, but we have not gotten to the stage where we ought to be. I remember talking to the EVC, that is Executive Vice Chairman of the NCC, and he made mention that, yes, we saw the data. 4G has covered everywhere. I mean, everybody now has access to 4G network, and there are 2G, we have 2G rather, 2G network everywhere in Nigeria. So yeah, the network is, but we haven't gotten to the stage where we need to get to. They still need to invest more in fiber, in 4G. 5G is just segmented in cities, right? Not everywhere. Not even within Lagos, not everywhere in Lagos you can get 5G network. And so there's still need for operators to expand the 5G network. There's need to put in place data centers, right? So these are some of the things. And rural coverage, we need to ensure that, because the digital divide is still very wide, right, in Nigeria. So we need to bridge that that divide. We need to close the gap.
All right, so beyond the data and new digital services, do you think telecom operators can, explore to unlock future growth?
Yes, so telecom companies can grow by offering services like cloud computing, fintech, enterprise solutions, smart homes, and digital. So there are rooms for telecom services to grow. So the future of telecom is not just selling SIM cards or data bundles, but supporting businesses, governments, and everyday digital life. So we don't even have AI data center right now. So telecom operators can look into that, because most of our AI startups, they have to route their services to foreign countries, so which ought not to be so. We need to make our data, we need to localize our data. So telecom operators can take up that by establishing AI data centers. So, and other things, they need to expand, go into cloud computing, go into fintech, so enterprise solutions, smart hubs, digital content. They need to enhance all this so that we can have a robust digital economy.
Very insightful. Thank you so much for your time, Royal eBay. She's the head of BusinessDay's IT. It was really good to have you behind the headlines. And of course, the conversation doesn't end here. We've examined the key issues, explored the context, and unpacked what the development mean going forward. As the news continues to evolve, these conversations remain important in helping us better understand the forces shaping our economy, the society, and everyday lives. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze. Join us again on Behind the Headlines.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.